3,760,000.
3,760,000. C4?
2,490,000.
2,490,000?
Yeah.
2,490,000 on C4. Yes. C5?
1,990,000.
1,990,000.
4.665.
6 is 4.665.
5.225.
5.225. For 7. For 7. 5.225? 5.225. 5,225,000.
1,055,000.
1,055,000 for seat 8.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everybody to Live at the Commerce. This is Jared Greiner in the booth, and today we have for you guys the final table of the Commerce main event. I know you guys are used to watching some cash game streams here, but today's got a special event. It's the final table. These guys have been playing for 3 days. Today is day 3 of the tournament. This tournament had a $500,000 guarantee, and there were flights Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. The guarantee was smashed. We have over $700,000 in the prize pool here today, and we are down to the final 9 players. Again, this is Jared. You guys know me from the Commerce stream. I'm commentating all the time. I'm more of a tournament guy, though, so I'm happy to be here commentating a final table. This is my kind of poker, baby. We got $140,000 up top in this tournament. I'm going to give you guys a rundown of the players we have as well here at the final table, and just pull up the list real quick.
Yeah, 5.1.
So we have seat number 1, John. Seat number 2, Scott Venner. Scott Venner. I don't know John. Scott Venner, however, is a big-time guy in the Hollywood scene, music guy. He is a music, I forgot what the name of the title is, but he helps curate and choose the songs on movies and TV shows. So, like, he doesn't compose the songs, but, like, you hear a movie or a TV show that has, like, a famous hit, like a rock song, a pop song, whatever. He's the one that chooses what to go on those scenes. I think he did it for Entourage, a bunch of good movies. He's really good friends with Pharrell Williams and hosts the podcast with him. Like, he's a big time guy, also a great poker player. Seat number 3 is Bin Nguyen, local here from the Commerce. Seat number 4 is Tian Li Wang. Seat number 5 is Paul Cortez. Played with him a decent amount as well. He's a blaster. Seat number 6 is Nick Shkolnick, longtime local player. Funny story about Nick. The first big 1K final table I ever made was up at Thunder Valley in 2016, and Nick was there, and he ended up taking it down. Seat number 6, or number 7 is Raul Rojas. I don't know much about him either, but we will find out. Seat number 8 is Shane Martin, and seat number 9 is local player Elvin Santos, who has been on the heater of a lifetime for the last year and a half. Absolute crusher. He's got to be up $1 million in like the last year, legitimately. So you can see the chip counts here. Our chip leader right now is Raul Rojas, followed by John and Nick. Bringing up the bottom is Elvin Santos. And anyways, guys, happy to have you guys in here. It's going to be a fun final table. There's going to be a lot of action. I'm also joined for the next few hours by another local crusher, Paul Heiser. What's up, Paul?
How are you doing, Jared? How are you?
Doing well, brother. Happy to have you in here.
Yeah, me too. I'm excited to watch the final table. A few familiar faces.
Of course. I wish we were playing, but, you know, commentating's the next best thing. You made a pretty deep run in this, right?
Yeah, I finished 19th in this one, but yeah, it wasn't meant to be. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the people who do get there. You know, they're all very much deserving.
So here's our payouts for you guys. Everybody's got $12,800 locked up, but eyes on the prize. First place, $141,400. So you can see how brutal this can be. The difference between first and ninth is a lot of money. It's basically, I mean, it's insane. So I'm going to check here what the blinds are, but when you compare the short stack to the chip leader, these guys with the middle stacks are going to be interesting to watch, because they're kind of in a situation where they really don't want to be putting any chips into the middle of the pot without good hands, because busting in ninth is just such a gut punch.
Yeah, I think the blinds are 40,000, 80,000 with an 80,000 ante.
Got it. So nobody's super short. I think that means that Elvin's got about 15 bigs.
I think Elvin's got about 13 blinds. I think he's on just over 1 million chips. That's about 13 big blinds, and chip leader has around 5 million, which is going to be around 65 big blinds.
Yeah, so no massive chip leader, That'll probably change. We have 1 hour levels, which kind of can make it. Depends on how it goes. If it drags out, it might be shallower, but I honestly kind of expect this might get a little deeper at the beginning if a couple people bust within the first level or two. I did notice there's only 10 minutes left on this first level, though. So I don't know. That's the nice thing about tournament final tables is you never know what you're going to get. We could get a lot of different outcomes here, depending on how the cards fly. So there's Kevin, new tournament director here at the Commerce, been a mainstay here in the LA scene. I think he is the best tournament director in LA. If he knows what's up, knows how to run a good event, runs a tight ship, always makes the right rulings. Great guy, Kevin. So happy to have you here at Commerce, my friend. And yeah, shout out to everybody in the chat. I'm sure a bunch of you guys are going to be joining in as we get this final table up and rolling. Again, playing for $141,000 this evening. It's anybody's game. Who do you like here to win, Paul?
That's a good question. I think, is it Nick?
Yes.
Nick
Skolnick.
Skolnick, yeah. I think the last time I was actually here commentating a final table with you, I think the event was pretty similar to this, and I believe he came second. I might be wrong. I think he may have come second, maybe third, actually.
Yep.
Maybe third. Was it Matt Salzberg and...
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that was the
Anthony
World Series of Poker
Marquez.
circuit, yes.
Anthony Marquez, yeah. I think the three of those guys were really battling for a while three-handed.
Yeah,
I think
and then
Nick ended
got
up coming
heads up.
But I really like the way Nick was playing. He was kind of playing on the front foot, which I like. I'm a front foot poker kind of guy. So
yeah, I agree with you there. I would.
Yeah.
Just because I know him and I know he's a solid player and he's basically second in chips, third in chips.
Yeah, there's another guy actually who I was playing with yesterday called Tailing Wang. He's kind of a middle stack, 2.5 million chips, and I played with him for probably 4 or 5 hours yesterday. And seems like he's very competent, solid player. Was raising a lot of hands and just hard to read, hard to play against. So yeah, he's definitely one to watch for me.
It's all culminating here right now on Live at the Commerce, presented by Bally Poker Live. So we appreciate everybody here tuning in. We're going to get this one started. The blinds are going to be 40,000, 80,000. Somebody's going to get that crown trophy and over 141,000 here at the Commerce Casino, the world's largest poker room. All right, if the players are ready, dealers ready, let's shuffle up and deal.
You heard the man. Let's go. And yeah, back on your point, seat 4, I played with him a decent amount as well on day 1. He's at my table multiple times throughout my 7 bullets that I fired.
Yeah, I've actually never seen him in any of the.
Me neither, and I thought as well. He was aggro and played a good style to win a tournament, I'll say.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. If I was picking favourites, I'd choose Elvin because he's a personal friend of mine.
He's the shortest stack, but he has definitely got the most confidence coming into this. It seems like he final tables every freaking event he plays.
Let me tell you, if anyone knows how to navigate a small stack, it's Elvin.
That's true as well.
Bello.
He's a short stack ninja. He definitely makes some tight folds when he has to and kind of finds his way. But that's the thing, when you're experienced at these final tables and you're short, the value of playing tight is so high because you can just sit there while people make mistakes and bust each other, and all of a sudden it's 5 or 6 handed and you really haven't won any pots, you know, and you've laddered and made 50 grand.
Bring the
sure.
That's how we do it.
Yeah. Was that a walk in the first hand?
That looks like it,
Everyone
yeah.
playing nice and tentatively for the first.
Yeah,
the first
see,
hand.
Scott's pretty short. He has 9-5 off in the small blind. Not quite good enough, I think, for him, so he decides to just give the walk, which is fine. Depending on how aggressive the big blind is, I wouldn't mind maybe limping on that hand or potentially doing something else, but his stack's kind of too short to do too much, so don't mind the walk.
Yeah, I think you'd rather preserve your chips. I think the gentleman in the big blind can raise to 3 big blinds or 2.5 big blinds and really put some pressure on. I don't think it's I think even the half the big blind is worth a lot in.
I agree.
In chips. So.
All right, Nick's got a real hand here in the +1 seat. He's got ace queen off. Got a comfortable chip stack. He's got about 50 bigs.
Where's Skolnick from?
He's Israeli.
Is he?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Okay. Skolnick.
And I haven't been here in the booth for a while. It's nice to be here. I'm used to being on the other side of it. I am going to be back in the game on Wednesday, so make sure you guys tune in. It's going to be a sick action. We got PP in the house and some other crazy action crushers. So, all right, John's going to flat here in the cutoff. He's got ace-8 suited. Got a big stack. You know, pretty solid suited ace. And now Tae Ling Easy defend here in the big blind with king 10. It's interesting, though, multi-way, how tight you've got to play from the big blind in some of these spots where king 10 could almost be a fold.
For sure.
We got the 10-7-9 with 2 hearts, so interesting flop. Top pair for tailing. John's flopped an open ender and a backdoor flush draw. Nick has the ace of hearts. It's going to check to John.
Yeah, I played with John yesterday as well for a couple of hours, and it's pretty aggressive, you know. Likes to see flops, likes to put chips in the middle.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, when you've got a hand that's kind of indifferent, you're not sure whether to stick or twist. He's always putting money in the middle. It makes it uncomfortable for you, for sure.
Yeah, here he is doing it again. Looks like a pretty sizable bet.
Yeah.
240,000.
Pretty solid flop for him.
I mean, you're not loving it with king 10, are you? With somebody behind as well, you know?
He's just bet 3/4 pot. Or maybe a little less.
No, he's bet smaller. I think he's bet 240 into 600. So
right,
probably,
I was thinking it was 300K pot. You're right. So he's bet 40% pot, which, you know, makes sense. And
it's coming in for the raise, it looks like.
Yeah, Tailing came to play here, I think. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, you flop top pair.
If I know John, he might send it in. He might send it in.
Nick quickly gets out of the way. And yeah, it's hard to say because people play a certain style on day 1, day 2, but now when they're in this spot, like it's the final table, man. Like
we're gonna see
got a chip lead stack.
Yeah.
What you gonna do?
We're gonna see at least the call here from John in position. He's got the ace working for him, the jack or the 6, and backdoor clubs.
One call.
Makes the call. And Tailing a favorite for now. And now it turns top 2. He's got less than pot behind. Queen Jack did just get there. But I think still a lot of draws he could put John on in this spot. Basically 2 options here, I think, to either bet small again or just shove.
I think shove is the only option, to be honest.
I agree.
I mean, if the guy's got Queen Jack, then he's got Queen Jack, and you're dead. You know.
Yep.
I think. Well, you're not even dead. You still have outs to.
Yeah, you still do. There's just a lot of draws out here still. Looks like he's going to go for a non-all-in option.
Not sure how I feel about the non-all-in option, to be honest.
Well, maybe he thinks that his hand is good enough to like induce a jam potentially. Maybe he wants to keep in some of these draws for a cheaper price. I think, yeah, and he does get it through. Either way is probably okay. I think shove's probably better though. But anyways, nice hand. First pot of the day goes to Tailing.
Yeah.
If you don't count the walk we had on the first hand, so pretty big increase to his stack on that one. Shout out to everybody just joining us here on YouTube. I believe we're on Twitch as well. This is Jared Greiner. You guys can follow me on Instagram and Twitter at Jared Greiner, Griner. If you guys want to see what it's like to play high stakes in LA, I play all the high stakes cash games around town, play every good tournament. You know, I play out here on the Commerce stream quite a bit, one of my favorite places to play. Got a good game coming up this Wednesday, so make sure you turn in for that. First, let's see what happens here. Someone just folded 7-8 suited. Probably one of the shorter stacks. I just saw it flash across my screen. Folds to Elvin. Believe he's in the cutoff.
He's in the low jack.
He's in the low jack. Yeah, you're right. My bad.
Yeah.
Missed it here. Okay, well. Probably a good fold. Jack 10 offsuit here for John. And he limps.
He's decided to play a little small ball poker in position rather than bring it in for a raise.
Yeah, and this fellow here in the blue hat, Paul Cortez, I've played with him many times, and he is not afraid to get after it. He definitely has a lot of moves.
Just the tournament player? Does he play cash, this guy, or is it just the tournament player?
I don't think I've ever played cash with him. I've played a lot of tournaments with him, though, and he is, I think he's from South America.
Nice.
It's got a nice 10-4 suited. Just going to check it. And now John, having limped, probably going to find a bet here. Does check it back, though. Honestly, I'm not the best person to say how to play limp pots because I don't open limp almost ever. It's a strategy that can be very good, though. You see a lot of good pros doing it. Just going to check down to the river now, and Paul here in a spot with 10 high, and yeah, Jack High's going to win. Not really a great board for Paul to try and steal the hand. Obviously, it would have worked here now that he sees the guy had Jack 10, but kind of expect to see ace high a lot of the time after it's been limped and checked down like this.
I had a jack. I had a jack.
Dejected look of like that.
Wait till you someone. Wait a second.
10-4 over.
Is the 10 the winner?
Hey, in the chat, Luis Esteban Parada Cortez.
I like it.
Which flag is that? Where is Paul from? I know that's a South American flag, but I'm bad with my flags. ¿De qué país es Paul? Alguien me dice, por favor.
If you had to guess, Jared, at the flag, what would you say?
I think maybe it's Venezuela?
No.
You know what it is?
It's not Venezuela for sure.
I honestly have no idea. Maybe it's Central America. Somebody tell me. I used to have all the national flags memorized. Bolivia.
Bolivia,
There we
correct,
go.
yeah.
Close enough.
I would never have guessed Bolivia. I would never have guessed Bolivia. There we go. Thank you, Oscar.
Got it. Gracias, amigos. Saludos a Bolivia.
Jared, your Spanish is coming on great.
Gracias, gracias.
Wow. Wow.
Para los bolivianos viendo, bienvenidos. Yo viví en Chile por un tiempo, entonces soy mitad sudamericano. So yeah, it's kind of interesting the start of final tables. People kind of feeling it out. Nobody really wants to bust out and go out in ninth like right away off the bat. So you'll probably find some tighter play at the beginning as people kind of want to see what's going on, see if somebody else busts before them. You know, there are a couple stacks here that are going to be 10 big blind stacks here in about 5 minutes. The blinds are about to go up. We started this final table with 9 minutes left at the 80K blind level. So
Yeah, so they've played through this level and then they're going to play another
2 hours,
2
and
hours,
then take a break. Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
Do you know what time did you bust last night? I'm wondering how late these guys played.
I would say around 6:30, 7 o'clock. And I think they
Yeah.
continue for like another 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, I
to be
figured
honest,
it didn't end that late, probably around like midnight. And looks like Scott Venner with the aces. And he goes for a bigger sizing. 2.5x is it. 2.25. Or yeah, 2.5. I'm bad at math, guys. You don't need to play math to play poker, right? Raul Rojas in the big blind has the 9-6 suited. He's going to make the call. Decent hand to crack those aces with.
200.
He definitely doesn't want to flop too much of a piece that's not better than aces because Scott is relatively short. We see some kind of flush draw, straight draw here. These guys are going to get it in. Okay, well, that's pretty good for 9-6 suited. Flops an open ender and a backdoor flush draw, and he's going to lead. I kind of like it. This is a board that the big blind should have a pretty big advantage on. Snap jam from Scott. Doesn't even think about it, just sticks it in there. I was like, hey, if you got it, you got it. I got red aces, buddy. Now Raul in kind of a sick spot. He bet 200K, and Scott has rejammed for 1.1 million. So that's a pretty tricky situation for him.
I mean, mine.
He makes the fold. So, I mean, that's kind of the brutal part about leading when you get just ripped on here. You know, he had decent equity against anything with the open ender and the backdoor flush draw, but not really good enough to just call a jam there because you could be up against some hands that have you pretty bad shape if you're up against like some nut flush draws, some sets. So yeah, we're just getting started. Couple hands going, nothing major so far. Tailing scooped a decently sized pot to I think, move into third in chips.
So that last hand, Raul led the flop. Is that right? Yeah. On
He flopped an
7-5-4.
open-ender with a 6-9 suited and a backdoor. Led the flop, and Scott snap jammed.
Yeah, I think Red Aces probably just wants to put all the money in there, right?
Yeah.
And deny a bunch of
Can't
equity.
really just call there at that point with our stack size.
Yeah.
Shout out to Solvente Games. Appreciate it.
That was a bit of a weird one. That when you lead those kind of flops, do you kind of want to have either like a made hand or maybe some bluffs, and maybe 9-6 suited doesn't fall into either of those two categories?
Yeah, I think, exactly. I think we want to have like a pretty polarized range where we have like sets and 2 pair and then like some gutters and some stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's a little trickier against the shorter stack, you know what I mean? Because when we do lead and we get jammed on, like it's kind of more comfortable just to check call.
Again.
Yeah.
Okay. Additional table.
Raise and take it here from Paul with the pocket threes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think with ICM as well, it's obviously there's a lot of ICM here because there's probably 2 stacks shorter than Paul Cortez, I would say, yeah. So there's somebody sub $1 million and Elvin with $1 million on the nose. I don't think pocket threes makes for the best sort of raise, does it, in the cutoff?
Yeah, it's interesting, but if you look at the ranges in these spots, those small pocket pairs are really not worth a lot unless you're like button cutoff, maybe.
Yeah.
But you can start folding like 4s, 3s, and deuces in like every position with a shorter stack or a mid stack.
Yeah.
Just because your hand just is basically plays so poorly post flop unless you flop a set.
Well, the problem there with with Paul was that he has Nick and Raul on his direct left, so like raising pocket threes in that spot, Nick and Raul could basically abuse that situation and come in with some bluffs and put his pocket threes in a really tough spot. So
no doubt.
I would have liked to have seen a fold there personally, but it worked out for him, which is good.
So John's going to raise under the gun with Queen 9 suited. He does get the fold from the pocket threes and from the Queen Jack. So he's getting hands that are ahead of him to fold, which is the beauty of having this bigger stack. Now Raul here with an interesting decision. He's got Ace 5 suited on the button.
Yeah, I'd expect Raul to continue in some kind of way here, whether it be a call or a re-raise. But I think he'll end up calling. But
he probably will call. The Ace 5 suited does play pretty well as a 3-bet in these spots in position.
So I told you about this John. He does like to get after it, you know. He's not only raising premium hands from under the gun, you know. He's got a big stack and he's
got the
using
chip
it.
lead. He knows what to do, so.
Yeah, I like it.
Elvin doesn't have a playable hand in the big blind, so we're going to go heads up. Raul with the dominating spades.
I think a lot of people are a little bit aware with ICM. I think a lot of people are a little bit gun shy sometimes on the final tables because they're playing for so much money. They know the difference between 9th place and 1st place. So sometimes the person who does go after it can reap the rewards. Of
course.
And I think John is doing well so far. I think he's playing lots of hands, seeing lots of flops, and really taking the aggression to the other players.
Yeah, and he's also flopping top pair. Pretty bricky flop here for Raul.
Yeah, I like the bet size as well.
And, you know, Raul covered John, so before this hand started, if he wanted to, if he had the sense that John was getting out of line, I could really get behind a 3-bet here with the Ace 5 suited. But at the same time, you know, you don't want to pile in a bunch of money this early necessarily. You want to kind of preserve the chip stack that you have. So it's kind of a balance. You got to find that balance in these final tables. You know, that's the beauty of these poker tournaments is you can play so many different styles.
Yeah. It feels like a boxing match so far. It feels like the early rounds and everyone's kind of feeling each other out and see once everyone's
no doubt. We haven't really had any coolers or anything yet either, but that's kind of typical of these final tables. And pretty soon here, when these blinds go up, though, we're going to have 2 sub-10 big blind stacks. So the chips are going to go into the middle pretty quickly here.
If I win without a top, I'll be like...
Now Scott here under the gun with Ace 10 of diamonds.
It's gone for a pretty big raise here. It's gone for like nearly 3x, right?
Yeah. And now tailing. It's got the Cowboys.
Yeah.
1.8 I started with.
Yeah, I'd like to see a pretty small 3-bet here.
Does come in with the 3-bet and pretty small, like you said. I think this tailing guy's pretty solid.
Yeah, he's good. Good player. Knows his stuff, that's for sure.
What is it? 450?
550,000.
550?
Oh, wow, look. And John's got pocket jacks here in the big blind.
Goodness.
He's not around right now.
This is going to get messy.
Yeah, I can't see John folding pocket jacks. He's going to come in with at least a call for sure, based on the way he was playing yesterday.
50?
Yeah. There you go. Snap. And now Scott's in a really tough spot because with ace-10 suited, he's getting a really good price to come along and see the flop, but there's a very good chance he's going to be dominated by the other two hands. So,
Yeah, he's getting such a good price, though, you know. But, yeah, I
I mean, he
think
could flop an ace. He doesn't really know what flop he wants to see other than
right,
two
that's
diamonds,
the,
really.
that's the problem. Yeah. An interesting flop here. It's all hearts, 9 deuce 5.
My brother's a really bad poker player.
And I don't know what's going to happen here because both players here have an overpair. And John has a heart, so he probably likes his hand a lot right now.
Yeah,
Thinks he's up against a lot of ace-king, ace-queen hands from Tae-Ling.
I'm terrible.
Yeah, I think I'd expect to see a pretty small bet here from Tae-Ling just to deny a little bit of equity from.
Yeah,
Some,
he doesn't love this board, but like you said, it doesn't make sense to think that you're way behind here. But yeah, I think a small bet is probably best. If you bet big, then you're probably only going to get a lot of money put in by hands that are.
Yeah, it looks like he's gone about quarter
in
pot,
bad
probably
shape.
like 450 or something.
Yeah, that's solid.
There you go. And John, with the heart, just can't go anywhere at the moment.
Yeah. Is he going to go for call or is he going to go for raise?
Is your brother going to be impressed that you played
Makes the call.
a player from Bolivia?
Gets Scott out of the hand.
Dominican, right?
And we're heads up to the turn. John needs a heart or a jack. Heart comes, it's definitely going to slow down the action. If a jack comes, he's probably going to get a double. Okay, well, this is not the card that he wanted to see. Can easily.
If you're in Tae-Ling's spot here, what do you range John on?
Probably something similar to what he has. I think he would fast play a set on this spot. Maybe he could have like a nut flush or something like that he cold called with. You don't really see a lot of cold calling though, so it's pretty hard to like put him on a hand. But I think I would probably expect like a jacks or a tens. And now he's leading. That's 500K into 2.6. Now Tae-Ling with a decision here.
I mean, John has led for 20% pot. He's bet 500,000 into sort of 26.70, so
Right.
2.67. So yeah, I don't think Tae-Ling can go anywhere at the moment other than just call and play a river. Yeah, I think shoving and running into the flush would be disastrous here.
Yeah,
On nines full, so I think calling is going to be the standard play here.
tend to agree.
Years ago when
These guys have been playing with each other for a long time, you know, over the last couple days. So
It's hard to know what Tae-Ling's thinking. He looks a little confused and kind of just not really sure what John's got here.
yeah, it's a weird hand.
It's a big spot for both players, let's be honest here. There's so much money on the line, there's so many short stacks that no one can really afford to get this.
Right, these guys don't want to be doing this, but you know, Tae-Ling.
I think Tae-Ling, from what I would assume, is a lot more ICM aware than John would be.
Looks like he's gonna raise though.
So he's gone for the min raise. Oh, one more. Wow. Oh, he's gone for the jam.
Shoves.
He's gone for the jam.
Long calls.
And snap called by John. Wow.
Okay, 5.
I mean, he knows his customer, I guess. He got him to put the rest of the chips in here with only 23%. And John is going to need a jack or a heart to not give Tae-Ling a massive double up and put him into the chip lead.
Or a heart. I can stand up.
7.5 million chip pot, and the river is a brick. And that's going to send the chips to Tae-Ling. Wow, that is brutal for John. Just a huge swing down. And yeah, I mean, maybe the money goes in on the river anyways, but
I had the heart.
I had a feeling that tailing might do that, just because John's hand feels like kind of what it is.
Yeah.
And he's not going to fold a hand like that. So
Yeah.
rather than just, you know, call and let him get away on the river, if the river's like a king, queen, or ace.
Yeah, I'd really expect Tailing now to take this chip lead and kind of run with it. You know,
this is the guy, from what I've seen from him when I played with him, and now that he's got these chips, like, he's a huge favorite to win this tournament now, in my opinion.
Yeah, we're going up to 100k big blind, and that leaves him with 75 big blinds.
Right.
And yeah, I think he's in a pretty good spot.
He's
here,
in a spot. If you look at these chip stacks, there's the 4.5, 4.3 stacks, even the 1.6. And 1.9 stacks are really handcuffed now, because there's 2 sub 10 big blind stacks, and now John as well with only 16 blinds, Scott with 12 blinds. What a dream spot for Tailing.
Right?
Yeah.
Dang.
Nice hand. Okay.
Thanks, please. Small big.
I actually bet big because I was hoping you just put me on a flash, because I thought you might have a big pair. You know.
Yeah.
How much? 50?
Three folds. 4 folds. 5 folds. 6 raises, 225,000. Seven folds. 8 folds. Nine folds. 1 fold. 2 folds.
And it's been a minute since I made a final table. Been focusing a lot more on cash games lately, but man, the tournament straights have been rough. There, to me, and in my opinion, there's nothing more fun than making a poker tournament final table. Just the adrenaline rush from it, the pressure that's there, the feeling when you win over $100,000 is just so fun, man. I'm jealous that I'm not at this final table, but hey, commentating ain't bad. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Let me know where you guys are watching from. Who are you guys rooting for? Who are you sweating today? I know a decent amount of these players, all nice guys.
Sorry.
Not going to say who I'm rooting for, but let me know. Who's your guy? So we're still at 80K big blind, I think, for a couple more hands. Elvin here with Jack 10 offsuit. He's got 10 bigs. He's going to go with just a raise here, almost 3x. And I guess he's planning on calling a rejam. Does get it through.
Later, you can see it.
We got Hank the Tank and we got Frank the Tank in the chat. It's a lot of tanks.
I had it.
5 folds.
SLC's anti-sweating Elvin because Elvin busted him.
6 folds.
Gotta let go of that grudge, bro.
You did?
I used to be like that, be tilted when somebody somebody would beat me in a big hand and then go on to win the tournament. But no, I'm just like, hey, good job, man. You put my chips to use. Congrats.
When you guys give me a second.
Elvin, King 4 suited.
When I say I have it, it's like I had a winning hand.
Shout out to John's fans from Oklahoma.
Yeah, it was the winning hand. Sometimes you get aces and you don't have the winning hand. That
Rough
guy
start for John, but he's still in it.
He went all in with aces versus Jack. You know, so he had the winning. He didn't have the winning hand. That was sick.
I've been to Oklahoma a couple times. My grandparents lived in Tulsa for a little minute. I went there, and then I've been to Choctaw to play some pokers quite a few times.
So all the 5 cards, you know, like he folded. Big blind ended up folding right now. You know, I had the winning hand, right? So I got the chips.
Seven folds. 8 folds. Nine folds. 1 fold.
Elvin decides to lay down the Jack-10 offsuit this time in a worse position. And yeah, we can just see here, people are holding on. Going to fold to our chip leader here in the small. He's got King-9 off. And he does not have the best configuration here to his left. He's got Paul, Nick, and Raul. Paul sitting on 25 bigs.
4 raised to 400,000.
And yeah, Tailing's going to take the aggressive route. Put Paul in a tough spot here with 10-8-0. It's a hand that we would like to see a flop with and defend, but yeah, we're just too handcuffed. It's not good enough to continue.
I told the guy I have a hand though.
SLC wants whoever has the lowest tendon mob to vote. All right, well, I'm lazy to Google it, but you guys can tell me. Who has the lowest number of earnings? My bet is that Elvin has the highest. So yeah, we are playing 5100 now. Graphics guys, if you can update that, it's 5100. I can see that the chips are 5100. So we got some super short stacks. We got an 8.5 big blind stack. We got a 10 big blind stack. We got another 10 big blind stack. We got a 16 big blind stack. Elvin here with a pretty hand, 6-7 suited. Not good enough though.
1 fold. 2 folds. 3 folds.
Baby Huey says Nick and Tailing will go heads up and Nick will win. Okay. Not a bad bet. Tailing's definitely a big favorite. He's even in a spot where he could start jamming some hands in certain system configurations. This one's too deep to do so, but King-3 raising it up on the button. Nick now 5-4 offsuit. Facing a 2.5x raise. This is a pretty dicey hand. Yeah, he does let it go. And yeah, Tailing is just in such a sweet spot now to just accumulate chips and punish while these short stacks are still in. Nobody wants to bust 9th or 8th for that matter. 9th place is 12,000 and change for those of you guys who didn't see. First place is 140 grand. So it's kind of a big deal. Shane here, 8.5 blinds. He's got a suited ace. He's going to have to pay the big blind ante next and lose 200K, so I expect probably going to rip this.
8 raises.
Yeah. This is a popular thing to do, doing big bet but not quite a shove. Puts himself in a situation where if two people go all in and there's, you know, a bunch of action behind, you could potentially fold. The way the pay jumps are right now, there's not huge ladders for the next couple spots though. Probably end up going with it regardless of the action, unless something real crazy happens. All right, it gets through to the blinds. It's just going to get through, period. Nobody has a hand.
Nine folds. One fold. Two folds.
All right, so SLC says Raul has $1,000 in Hendon Mob earnings. John has 17K. So yeah, these guys are locking up some big time money. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Ben Wynn raises it up with kings, and Tae-Ling just folds the queen jack suited.
Six folds.
Maybe recognizing that Wynn here has not played a hand so far, but queen jack suited in position. However, I think it's the bets that this is raise size that's making the big difference here. He makes it 3.5x. And now Shane in a spot here, man. Good fold by him. 3.5x. We got queen 10 off. And yeah, I think they recognize that Ben's range here is just super strong.
That I folded.
Queen 10.
It's like the most alpha suited I'm at least taking one off.
So yeah, this graphic is not accurate. Our blinds are 50,000, 100,000. So pretty easy to calculate the blinds here. You're tailing in the lead with 80 big blinds, and
I think I have 10 to 8 off on that one.
our short stack has 8 big blinds, 8.5.
Great. Anyone else?
Oh, John's got a lot of fans in the chat. His rail's coming in strong. He's gonna need some help now, guys.
Is that regular?
Lost a huge pot with jacks against pocket kings to vault Tae-Ling into the chip lead.
Yeah, 51.
You raise. What's the blinds right now? 100?
Yeah, it's 100,000.
John's got the ladies, just what the doctor ordered.
300.
400.
He 4x's it, which, you know, with a hand this good, I think we can just raise min here, and it's kind of putting Scott to where if it had been a min raise, probably an easy jam for him. Even so, ace jack suited with 10 blinds, 10.7. The problem is with the $400 raise, he knows he has no fold equity whatsoever. You know, if the raise was just 200, you could get behind the fact that maybe John would fold to his shove, but now, you know, folding is not happening if he shoves, and that's not great. See if Scott can make a tight fold here, and yeah, there you go. There you go, great fold by Scott.
Five, they can see your hand. Can you? Yeah. All right, thank you. 5 fold.
Yeah, and John's just going to take this hand down here with queens. And yeah, I think when he looks back at it, he'll probably regret raising to 4 big blinds there. If he raises the 2 big blinds, Scott's shoving the ace-jack suited 100%. And Scott probably questioning his life decisions after he folded an ace-jack suited with 10 bigs, but when he looks back at it, he'll be happy to see that he got let off the hook on that one a bit. Nice spot for Shane. It's folded to him on the button. He has 8.5 blinds. So tempting to just stick it in here light because you're going to get it through so often and you're just so short. But, you know, Jack 8 offsuit probably not going to do the trick. Elvin, however, he's got ace high. It's just him in the big blind. He has 8.3 blinds. Any ace here is just a slam dunk shove.
All in.
All in. 9 is all in. Down it.
Can John wake up with something here? He hasn't folded yet.
7.
He wants a count. What do we got, John?
I call.
John makes the call. And we're going to have an all-in and a call here. Elvin with the ace-3 offsuit. John with ace-jack. And wow, yeah. Woke up with it here. And Elvin's going to need some help. $80-20 favorite here. And the jack-high flop now leaves Elvin left with needing runner. He's running threes or running cards to make a straight. Okay, there's one card. He needs a 4.
No.
Can Elvin find the 4, or is he going to be our 9th place finisher?
Another jack.
King on the river, and
Good luck, guys.
GG to Elvin Santos, our 9th place finisher. Good run, buddy. Great player. Been on a sick heater. But he is not going to find any ladders here, and that's going to be our first elimination of the day. Elvin's going to take home just over $12,000 for his efforts. And nice spot for John to get back onto the winner's circle.
I should have opened.
And everybody else is going to be pretty happy about that result as well, especially Scott and Shane, who are very short stacked right now.
I mean,
They just made probably, I think, a 5 or 6K pay jump, so gotta love that. The pay jumps are going to get bigger from here, though.
yeah, you never know what he's.
The button's on seat 9. Yeah, you press it.
50?
Yeah, 50.
You can see there, 8th place, 16,800, so that's what everybody is guaranteed now, but we're all looking for that top prize, 140 grand. See a bunch more of you guys joining in the chat. Welcome. This is Jared Greiner. This is the Commerce $1,200 buy-in main event. We just lost our first player. If you guys haven't already, make sure you hit the like button in the YouTube. Get this thing going. The more likes you get, the more this show is going to get put out there on people's feeds, so we can show people what poker tournaments are all about here in LA. Commerce definitely has the best tournaments, and I would know. I play all of them. Got another great series coming up in November with the World Series of Poker Circuit returning to LA yet again. I've been really impressed with how these circuit events have been run, especially now that Kevin is running the show. So mark your calendars for that in November. It's going to be a fun time. World Series of Poker Circuit is always great, brings in a lot of people from out of town. I expect the circuit main event to probably be like $300,000 to $400,000 up top. So see you guys there. And there's our chip leader. Got a massive double with kings against jacks, and now he's got the pocket rockets. See if he can get some action here. That's a no. That's a no. That's a no. It's kind of a brutal feeling when you have aces and you raise and you just see everybody like, nope, nope, nope. Scott, short stack. Jack 10 offsuit. Oh, no. And no. That's going to be another no.
Can't even double down.
Just aces. Just the aces.
Can't even double down.
And I like Shane's jacket. Pretty sick poker jacket. And he's got a pretty sick hand when you have 8.45 blinds. Gonna do the same thing he did last time. Big bet. Effectively all in.
Best 500,000.
Oh, here we go. We'll see. No. Yeah, Ben's been tight so far. Ace-Jack offsuit there. If it was the big blind, he probably goes with it. Small blind with his stack, though. I think he could probably still go with it, or at least just call. Does get through. He gets a chop to fold. Shout out to Detroit. Detroit Lions are a fun football team to watch. I myself am a Patriots fan, and finally, man, finally, I don't know if you guys watch the NFL, but I was used to watching every Sunday for 20 years of the Pats just blowing out all the bad teams over and over again, just like auto win, and finally, man, we did it yesterday. Pats put up like 45 points. Drake May looks like the real deal, baby. I'm excited. Who's your football team? Chat, let me know. Yeah, Ben likes to raise big when he plays. Makes it 3.5 blinds here with ace-jack off. Really prevents anybody from putting chips into the pot like this 10-3 suited here. Against the min raise, maybe we can call. Against the 3.5x with our stack. Not loving it.
Do you have an ace too? Do you have an ace?
No, I didn't know.
Oh, I saw you flip a card over. I thought it was.
No.
You look like begrudgingly.
Jay Haya, your football team is the Lakers? That's weird. Pretty sure they play with like the round ball with the net in the Lakers, but I don't know. LeBron would have been a great tight end, I'll tell you, man. Could have been a beast.
All right.
He chose the right sport, though.
I think we all need to take a shot.
Shots?
For sure.
You guys better get me one, too. I'll take some tequila reposado, por favor. You know, the tequila I've been loving lately is Mandala. If you haven't tried it, I recommend it. All right, here we go, Scott. Queen 10 suited, 8.2 blinds. Let's it go. That hand's just too good to not go with. He would have ran into it, but he's even against ace king, he's still pretty live. But there's not a lot of ICM pressure on Scott because he is the shortest. You know, it's understandable though. Queen jack suited, he would have stuck it in. Tailing is going to 2.5 exit on the button here. He's got a good hand. Nick's got jack deuce so we could have seen an all-in and a call here if if Scott went with the queen 10 suited. Instead, we're going to see a raise and take it. Unless Nick wants to get out of line, he looks like he's thinking bad thoughts. Could just feel like Tailing's raising any 2 on the button, which might be accurate. Feels like this is a time to pounce on a weak open, but it's not going to work.
$735.
3x is it. And Nick's got 40-something blinds, so it's definitely a fairly big chunk of chips to put in, even with ace-king off in this spot because of the massive chip lead he's got. However, button versus big blind, you know, I could see Tailing 4-betting non-all-in. I could see him jamming. The non-all-in 4-bet, which I like it. And see you later to jack deuce. Tailing's going to increase his chip lead up to 90 big blinds now. Commanding chip lead. Got more than 2x anyone else. So yeah, the card's just falling his way so far. And, you know, people perceive him as being very aggressive up to this point, which, you know, means he's probably going to keep the pedal on the gas here. See how it goes from here, but I really like his odds. All right, Scott didn't stick it in with the queen 10 suited before. He would have ran into ace king. Now he's got king jack. Again, 8 blinds. He is realizing that he can kind of stick around here and let other people bust themselves, but is this hand too good of a hand to fold? I think it is. But, you know, it's relatively close. He is going to stick it in.
$770,000. 3 and 4 fold.
Bolts to Paul on the button, and Paul has ace-jack suited. Pretty solid hand here, given it's an 8 big blind shove. If we are calling, we're pretty much rejamming here.
5 call.
Does just call.
6 fold.
And Raul now in the big blind with 6s. Gets out of the way, and Scott here in bad shape. Dominated by Paul.
Good luck, everybody.
Only has 1 live suit as well.
Where's the king check?
See if Scott can find the suck out here for the double. If he does, it's going to leave Paul very short. Will be our new short stack, so this is a crucial pot for both of these players. King in the window. And Paul Can't do anything but shake his head here. Needs to find a 10 or an ace. Jack now live as well. Actually, no, it's not. Scott has 2 pairs. Scott has King Jack, so only the 10. And nope. No 10, no ace. Scott finds the massive double here. And that has switched the scenario here. And yeah, 6 came on the flop. Big blind would have flopped a set of 6s. Turned to boat.
Standard.
So nice double up there for Scott, and that leaves Paul with only 7 blinds. Good patience there from Scott, finding a spot, gets it in bad, finds the suck out. You know, you got to run like that if you want to win these things.
Why they can't hear him?
See how aggressive Tailing wants to play here. Ace-6 offsuit, definitely an open here with this stack size. Yeah, reaching for chips. It's going to keep going with the 2.5x size, just applying max pressure. And nobody can really fight back. Raise and take it again for our chip leader. Just extending his lead pot by pot. We got a beautiful room here for this stream. I really love playing on the Commerce stream. There's tons of space. A lot of the live streams I play on are kind of like a little confined area, but this is a great room. Got a lot of seating for friends and family. We got food service, free drinks, Red Bulls. You know, they take care of the players here. If you guys want to ever play on the stream, if you're interested in playing some 2550, you can hit me up. I'll get you in there, baby. Message me on Twitter or Instagram at Jared Greiner. Got a great action game coming up this Wednesday that I'll be battling in, see if I can survive. We got some legends of the LA poker scene who always come to battle, so I am prepared. But, you know, it's going to depend on how the cards go, just like always. Tailing again with another good hand, and Nick really thinks that Tailing's getting out of line here. He went after him with the Jack Deuce. Now he's got the 10-9 suited. Pretty playable hand here that could just call, could fold. He goes with the 3-bet. And I'm interested to see how Tailing responds here with Ace-10-0. Does he think that Scott's coming after him because he's been raising so many hands? Ace-10 is a pretty solid hand, but facing a 3-bet out of position, we don't really love it. But we can apply max pressure if we want to. Makes the call, and he has Nick in a very dominated situation. Okay, we got a pretty bricky flop. Nick will probably take this down if he wants to bet again. There is a lot of good backdoors for him. Really a lot of good turn cards he could see. I like a small bet here from him after the 3-bet pre-flop. Not that small of a bet. About 40%, I think. But that's going to get the job done. Nice hand there by Nick. And sometimes when you finally beat the chip leader in a pot like that with him and smashing the table, it just feels good. You're just like, all right, he isn't invincible. He can be beat.
It's 50? 250.
John here folds them in the small blind, and he's going to raise it up with queen deuce suited. Wanting to apply a bunch of pressure here to Scott. John does cover by a little bit. Makes the call. And both players, well, actually John here flops top pair. That's 350K, and that's going to get the job done. So we continue on here, 8-handed. Elvin Bello was our 9th place finisher, cashing for just over $12,000, but again, eyes on the prize. First place, 140K. Everybody playing pretty cagey here, trying to find the ladders, survive as someone busts. It's kind of the name of the game in these final tables a lot of the time. Now that the chip leader's folded, Nick thinks this is a chance for him to get in there. The king-8 suited. John on the button with deuces. He wants to come along and go duck hunting. So 3 ways to the flop. We got the Jack 7-9, all clubs. John, the only guy with a club. And Ben here. Got 2 pair 7s and 9s. Thinks his hand is best, so he's going to lead out here for 350K. So he had the best hand. Bets, takes it down.
Wrong color.
All right, here we go. Our short stack, Paul Cortez, lost a real gross one with Ace Jack against King Jack. Now he's got the beautiful Ace King of clubs. Gonna stick it in for his last 7 blinds. See if anybody wakes up with something behind.
That's exactly how much was all.
Shove gets through. Not a hand we would have hated to get a call from. Premium. So I think I heard him say we got 4 minutes left at this blind level, and then it's going to go up to, believe, probably 61-20.
At least it's not 350. This.
Tailing, trying to leverage that big stack with a very light 3-bet here. 10-4 offsuit, just anticipating that Ben Wynn is raising the button with a wide range, but he is about to run into it here. Paul in the big blind wakes up with pocket kings, and his stack size is basically the same size as the 3-bet, so he's going to get action here from Tailing. It would be a brutal way to go out if he loses to the 10-4. Yeah, we're going to get a little fake tank here and send it. And Tailing's like, oh no.
All right. I'll let the blind.
I got 10-4-0. Gonna have to show down this hand.
920. 920.
And makes the call, and here we go. Pocket kings against 10 of hearts, 4 of diamonds.
Yeah.
Paul took a bad beat to get this short. He really doesn't want to lose to the 10-4 off here. Got his hand caught in the cookie jar on this one. There's a 4. All right, so Tailing is going to need to find a 10 or a 4 to eliminate Paul in 7th and 8th. Otherwise, Paul is going to find the much-needed double, and he does find it. And yeah, if Tailing hadn't gotten out of line there, Paul would have been eliminated because I do believe Ben would have called the ace-9 off and won the pot. So lucky circumstance there for Paul.
Hopefully you got anything.
Paul with the double up.
Ace-9.
With the Cowboys. Que suerte, que suerte.
What do you mean? If I raise the button, you go in 9 bigs?
Shout out to Natty Witt. Thanks for the thumbs up. If you guys are here watching this, please give us a thumbs up. Help us support this channel.
I expected that.
Love to bring you guys these final tables. I'm sure we'll have more in November for the World Series of Poker circuit here at the Commerce. And we're going to continue play 8-handed now. It's a massive double up for Paul. He tripled up his stack, actually. You count the raise from Ben and the dead money in the pot. Shane now our short stack with 8.5 blinds. He's got 7-8 suited. Again, going to effectively jam.
575. One roll, 2 rolls.
No 10-4s.
Paul not going to call here with the Jack-9 offsuit. We'll see if Nick has something to give action with.
$575?
Oh, he's got it. Ace-Queen. We're going to get all in here, guys. Makes the call. Shane has 2.5 big blinds behind, 1.3 million in the pot. It's got 270K, so flops a gutter ball.
All in.
And he just moves in. Shane can't possibly fold. He knows he's behind, but all the money's in the middle already.
Well, this isn't supposed to happen when I do that, so give me a second. Everyone's just supposed to fold or shove.
Nobody's rushing. Take your time.
Guess I should have just shoved.
Shane in the tank here, seeing if he can think about folding and leaving himself 2.5 blinds behind, but he does have live outs. Live against almost any hand with the gutter ball there. But yeah, I just don't think we can fold with the pot odds we're being given here, even though our hand is 8 high. Oh, he folded. Oh my gosh.
Exactly that. Oh, I forgot I said that. It's like, is there some sort of...
Yeah, the problem is you can just be up against two cards like that you're pretty live against. You know, he had almost 40% equity against Ace Queen and was getting like 10 to 1 or something crazy, 8 to 1.
Every once in a while I can read the situation.
I mean, literally. Obviously it was suited, but it was not any of those.
Yeah, he's going to be like auto all in the next couple hands. Like I think once we do that, we just got to run it with our hand. Now he's just going to shove under the gun with 7-4 suited. No fold equity here. If it folds to the blinds, we're getting called by any two cards pretty much.
230.
And John's going to call King 7-0 here first to act. Ben with a very pretty Jack 10 suited could also consider calling. It's only 2.3 blinds. The call from John's pretty strong.
Yeah, break. Nobody called.
Best possible outcome for us.
I can't believe it. No.
Oh, that's cool.
And
I
John
don't get why you guys don't.
has Shane dominated.
Why don't you call? You win 10,000.
John wishes other people called so that they could just check it down and knock him out.
No call.
Still the best possible outcome.
Ты час? Сейчас? All in? Ничего. Nothing.
Shane in big trouble here.
Ну,
Gonna need to find a 4 and a 4 only.
я специально так
Give me a fucking break.
There it is. He found the 4.
I don't like that you walked away after that hand, by the way.
It makes no
Yeah.
sense that you guys don't
like
call.
like 6
200.
Like right when you got up, I was like, oh fuck.
And John's truly upset that other people didn't come into the pot. He called it the King 7, just expecting
I was like, oh shit, he got it.
everybody else to put money in. But when you call, you know, an under the gun jam like that, people think you got a good hand, man.
It'd be an easy call for everybody here, you know? Maybe not the short stack, but maybe.
So good double up there from Shane.
I knew you were going to win.
I
knew
I was
it.
gonna win.
No.
I do not deserve it after that hand that I fucked up 3 times.
Yeah, back to that 7-8 suited hand. I mean, the reason why he would want to just not go all in pre and just bet like a certain amount there was just to, if there was like he went all in and there was another all in and then another all in behind, you know, he could fold and go for the pay jump potentially. Otherwise, just shove. But once you get heads up, you can't really fold your hand unless it comes like, you know, 3 Broadway cards with no backdoors for you. This is something horrible, you know. But
The 7 don't work, so the 4 has to work, you know?
flop to gutter ball could be live. But anyways, he does get the double up.
Down my stack. In a good way?
I'm surprised that Ben didn't call the Jack 10 suited on that last hand. He would have ended up winning the pot as well. And blinds are up. We're playing 61-20 now. So the pressure is mounting. The stacks are getting shallower. And now Shane's got a real hand against Ben's real hand. We're going to flip for it. Ace Queen against pocket 9s. Classic race. Heads or tails?
I feel like I've gotten too lucky the last couple of hands. Ace queen flop here.
Safe flop so far for Shane.
maybe 9. Just be greedy.
He wants to turn him dead. However, it is the Mamacita on the turn. And now Shane down to 2 outs. Trip queens for Binwin. And GG to Shane. He's going to be our 8th place finisher. Good run, buddy. I love your jacket.
Take care.
$16,000 in change going his way, and now there are 7.
How much is it?
So we got kind of a 3-way tie for 2nd place here. Tailing did lose a decent amount of his chips when he got out of line with the 10-4 and ran into Paul's queens or kings. But yeah, you can see the stacks. We got a 12 big blind stack from Scott. Everybody else fairly healthy, and everybody now has 21,500 locked up. You can see these pay jumps are going to start getting bigger now, and this is really when the tight play should be happening. You know, 9-handed, the pay jumps weren't immense. Makes sense to kind of get after it and try and get up a stack going. Now though, it's getting real. And tailing back to his dominating ways. He's got A7 off, gonna raise it up. In the low jack. Nick's got a pretty hand here, King 10 of diamonds. Got a stack that he can probably just call with, and he does. Wouldn't be against folding that hand either.
I call.
And John mixing it up here. King deuce. Not a great hand to play multi-way. Even heads up. Tricky hand. Even when you flop a king, not going to be great. And wow, sick flop here. Ace 3-3, 2 diamonds. Tailing flops best. Nick with the nut flush draw. Tailing goes ahead and checks it. Doesn't want to inflate this pot with a pair of aces, no kicker. Long dough in the chat cheering for Bin Win. Big pot went his way, and here we go. Nick is going to c-bet here. Or he's going to bet. The pre-flop raiser was tailing. And now tailing probably has an easy call here with an ace. He does have the 7 of diamonds. Makes the call. Nick's looking for a diamond. And that's going to do it. Tailing now with the boat. Probably going to go check here on the turn. Queen of diamonds on the river. So Nick makes the flush. However, it is a double paired board, and tailing just has an ace quite often here. Gonna bet small. Really small. And pretty gross spot for Nick. He only beats bluffs. Getting such a good price though. Yeah, you can just see him thinking this through. His hand is just not worth a lot. Tailing check called the flop, right? So Tailing could have some pairs and a lot of ace-x. Are pairs going to value bet this river? Probably not. Yeah, good fold there by Nick. Flush really not worth anything on a double paired board with 2 aces on there.
Oh, sorry.
Pretty hard to find bluffs for Tailing.
I wasn't.
I think I'm the big blind.
Yeah, I think you're the big blind. That was my.
So guys, we're playing 60,000, 120,000 blinds. These players started out on day 1, either Thursday, Friday, Saturday of last week, played all day yesterday on day 2, down to this final table of 9. We're now 7-handed, playing for $140,000 here at the Commerce Casino. If you're just joining, this is Jared Greiner in the booth. Tournament and cash game player. One of the biggest fishes in LA. Come find me and take my money. Nick here getting out of line. He's got Queen 9-0, raising into the big blinds and small blinds of fairly short stacked players. John is a guy that he snap folds pocket 7s. I think the 7s there is a spot where we could probably just rip it in. Queen 9's going to get through though. Nathan asked how many players started this tournament. Around 700. The prize pool was 700K and change, so pretty big field.
$325. Go.
John gets 7s on back-to-back hands here. And
No.
Raul's going to keep blasting with ace-6.
You have a parachute, right?
I'm all in.
And John rips it.
I call.
And Raul snap calls. Wowee. 6th spot for John. Got 88% equity here. The other players at the table are loving this as well. They want to see an ace or a 6 to get the pay jump, but John wants to fade it. Seven on the river secures the double up for John. Man, that's crazy that those hands got all in there on the turn. And that's a big, big swing.
1,310,000. 1,310,000.
So John started the day with about 4 million and change, took some big hits, and ran jacks into kings, and now he's right back where he started almost. Gotta feel good to get those chips back, be back in the game. And yeah, Raul probably kicking himself after that hand. Didn't need to get all in there. But hey, we're on to the next one. By far, the most fans are for John here in the chat. So shout out to John fans. You love to see that. Nice double up for your guy. Nick, been catching some heat as of late. Made some good moves, made some good folds. He's got the Cowboys here. And John is going to put some chips in this pot, it looks like, with Jack-10 offsuit from the cutoff. Maybe. Does make the call. Scott gets out of the way on the button. Ben gets out of the way in the small blind. Our chip leader now in the big blind, 890. It's essentially a min raise here. 8-9 off. Doesn't play amazing multi-way, but it's probably good enough to see the flop, and that's what we're going to do. 3 ways to the flop. Oh, my goodness. Full house on the flop for Tae Ling, and these kings have now shriveled up to dust. This is a board that really does favor the big blinds range a lot. We do think our overpair is going to be good here most of the time. And John has an open-ender and thinks he's got a good hand. But you can see here, he has 1% equity.
Call.
Just cannot win. And now Tae Ling's looking, wait, the bet and call, and I'm sitting here with a boat? What the hell is going on over here? Question is, does he want a fast play or just smooth call? Your hand is just so strong. How can anybody else have anything good? You know, you probably expect Nick to have a lot of overpairs in this spot when he c-bets into 2 people. But your hand is kind of raising here. Seems just so strong. So I don't know. Looks like he's going to do it. Wants to get some chips into the pot. Pretty small raise. I like it. If you're going to raise, this is a good size to go. You know, just basically get some money in there. See if Nick can find a way out of this. Probably can't really fold to one raise, but makes the call. Now, John's open-ender has just
825?
shrunk a lot. He thinks he's live to hit a straight, but he's drawing almost dead here. We need running jacks or running 10s to win this hand. And this raise by Tae Ling working out beautifully here. He's got his opponents drawing so slim. Gonna make the call. He really doesn't want to see a 7 or a queen here on the turn. Six of diamonds. That does complete the 10-7 straight draw. John now drawing dead. Nick drawing to 2 outs. So it's very hard to have your opponents drawing this slim against you on the turn 3 ways, but that's the scenario here for Tae Ling, our chip leader. And the other 2 players have less than pot behind. If Tae Ling continues betting here into 2 other players, Nick has got to feel not great at all about his 2 kings. That's about 40% pot, and it's just a committing bet, though, for both of these players. Like, Nick's just in such a shit situation here. Pardon my French, but, like, man. Kings here, 3 ways, how can they be good? Some draws got there on the turn. For Nick here, I think we just got to fold and move on to the next hand, but just feels gross. Yeah, I think a smaller bet size could come in better here for Tae Ling. You know, he has the nuts, effectively. And yeah, good fold, Nick. Could have been a lot worse, but, you know, 8-9 offsuit. Flopping the boat, taking down the pretty big pot there, and now, again, Tae Ling in the driver's seat.
Be careful with that.
Got almost half the chips in play, I think.
And make sure all big.
Not quite. Got like 35, 40% of the chips in play, but commanding chip lead nonetheless. Nick's also lucky that that was the 3-way pot, because that just narrows Tae Ling's range even more, especially against John, who's shown that he's willing to put chips in the pot, so bluffing against him would be pretty dicey. And Nick now with pocket 3s, thinks about it, makes the correct fold. Raul, ace-queen offsuit. Pretty big raise here from Raul. Paul's got a pretty hand here against the larger sizing. Yeah, not loving it. Lets it go. So much pressure on all these players. You know, they're playing for a lot of money, and the amount they have locked up right now is pretty insignificant compared to that. I really want to get these pay jumps, really want to survive. And yeah, man, Tae Ling is just in a dream spot with his stack. And with the style of play of the players behind as well. Like, he should be able to just get away with murder here if he wants to. We got some huge opens coming in from these players. 425K. And Tailing, pretty loose call on the button with ace-10 off, facing this big size from this player, I think. But, you know, playing the hand in position against the player he probably thinks he can steal the pot from post-flop if he has to. And queen 5-5. Nothing for either player, but Ben going to c-bet big and take it down. Probably got about 20-30 minutes left in this level, and then the players are going to go on break. So far, these first two levels, we have lost 2 players. We've seen the chips getting passed back and forth a bunch. Big cards, open big. Easy poker, says Aaron Zhang. Yeah, that's right, buddy. Easy game. Don't let anybody else get in the pot with you, you know. Paul on the button here with an ace. Pretty short stacked. He's got 17 blinds-ish. Do believe this is an open here. Just over min. The button we could size up a bit if we wanted to, and Nick now pocket jacks in the small blind. And I think the guy to his left also has about the same stack as Paul, so I think I just like a jam here. Can raise small with our very nutted hands, aces, kings, and some bluffs. Jam the middle hands like jacks, 10s, 9s, 8s, 7s, ace, queen.
1.5 back. We're good.
There you go. He asked for all of it. Raul got nothing, and Paul's going to fold for sure, so this will get through. And I don't know what Paul's thinking about here. He's never going to call with this hand. Unless I'm very, very mistaken. I have seen crazier things, but I know Paul, he's not calling this. Shocker. Nice hand for Nick. Been getting a lot of big hands. Got away from it when he had the kings. It's pretty good.
Thinking that long, I destroy it. If you're thinking that long, I have you crushed.
Well, yeah. If they were ahead of you, there was no thinking involved. They were snapping.
Yeah.
I don't see a clock in here, but I know this level is winding down pretty soon, and then we're going to go up to 75, 150, I believe. Aaron, I wish I was playing at this table. I'd show him how to play big cards. You're damn right about that, but, you know, I'm not good enough to make the final table these days, so. Can't even get above 3x starting stack on all 7 of my bullets, so. I donated 9th place money to this tournament. Not quite. Probably like 13th place money. All right, Paul tried the ace-6 before and it didn't work. He's going to try it again here. He's getting short. Kind of short to be opening this hand in the cutoff, but into these players, understandable, but that's the problem. Is you're not getting folds here from the 9-5-0 from John. Gonna take it to the flop. Flop's the ace. Flush draw on board against John. This is the kind of hand we'll just bet, call a jam. Wow, congrats to Aaron. He got through on 0 bullets. Wish I did that. So he bets and takes it down. Y seguimos con siete personas aquí en el Commerce Casino Main Event jugando por $140,000. ¿Quién lo va a ganar? Yo no sé. Nadie sabe. Solo Dios sabe. So the action slowed down a little bit here, 7-handed. Paul had the, Raul had the misstep there with the ace-6. Speaking of which, he has ace-6 again. Does lay it down. And John is getting after it here. He wants to play pots. Makes the call here with ace-deuce off. He is ahead of Nick's king-10. But Nick in position. We get the Jack-6 rainbow flop. Yeah, and I don't know what John's expecting here with the ace-deuce. It's really hard to find good boards for your hand. You could flop an ace and just be dominated. Mac in the chat, if you try playing like Aaron, you're going to punt it off a lot, I'll tell you that. Guys, I'm winning my fantasy football match by like a bunch of points. I scored 143 points this Sunday. My team just crushed it. But the projections show I'm only a 60% favorite. I have the most points scored out of any team in the league this week, but the guy I'm up against, he could beat me still. I'm barely above flipping now when I have the high score, man. It's crazy. I got to fade a bunch of players here in these 2 Monday Night Football games, so pray for me, please. I need a win. So Paul raises an EP with the queen 9 suited. He's going to get some action here from the big blind. Middle pair for Ben. Oh man, yeah, that fold I made was pretty brutal. Wish I didn't do it. I ended up bubbling anyways. Ben leads out here for a very small size. Paul really doesn't have anything, but this is a board that, you know, he can have a lot of stuff on, and these leads are usually pretty weak. Let's see if he wants to attack it. Problem is he really doesn't have any backup. If he gets called, there's not any turn cards that can help him out. Looks like he's thinking the same thing as me, though. And he gets the snap fold, so well played. Very good read there by Paul. Excellent read. Playing the game.
Maybe he's not gonna see. You think so?
Yeah, we're on the break soon, so he's gonna see it.
Yeah, we'll see how many of these guys are going and getting this information from the live stream. That's one of the beauties of playing on the live stream final table is you don't really have to wait too long if you got somebody to tell you what your opponents have shown up with in these spots, and then you can adjust, especially on the break. So see how these guys want to switch it up after they see, because there's been some interesting stuff going on, especially from John. He's been getting after it. Scott, sub 10 big bug stack on the button. And yeah, Ben here. With a very callable hand, King Queen O. Looks like he's made a decision he's going to call. Unless I'm much mistaken. That looks like a man who's about to call.
3 calls.
He does call. And Tayling's going to get out of the way here, and we're gonna see 5 cards. 10-8 of diamonds against King Queen offsuit. Scott Venner's tournament life is on the line. It's about the best he can hope for when he gets called like that. He's got 2 live cards. His suits are live. Got about 34% to win this pot and put himself back into position. Not a great flop for him. He's got a gutter ball, but Ben's got the queen of clubs working for him here. Deuce on the turn. Scott's going to need to find the 18%er. Does not find it, and King High is going to take this down. Scott is going to be our 7th place finisher. Good game, buddy. Good run. Made some folds there that kept you in it and got you these ladders, man. You easily could have busted earlier, so well played.
Good luck.
See you on the next one. Scott's going to take down a cool 21 Gs. I believe everybody has like 27 locked up now. Get the page jumps up here for you guys in a sec so you can check it out. So yeah, it's getting deeper here. Our short stack's now only 17 bigs. Everybody has 27,500 locked up, and now we're getting into the big money spots. Should be a great spot for Tae-Ling to kind of pull away if the cards go his way and he uses that stack correctly. 6-handed now, King Queen under the guns, great hand. He's going to raise.
1 fold.
Nice chip up there by Ben Wynn. He's now 2nd in chips. And Tae-Ling's got an interesting spot here in the small blind. This is a hand we can call with, we can 3-bet with. Could fold. he wants to take the aggressive route, which has been his MO so far. 3-bet incoming here from Tailing with the ace-8 suited. I've been really impressed with his game so far.
Or he raised to 940.
I played with him a decent amount on day one and definitely felt like he was a capable player. I don't think I played with him before either. I don't know if he's not from around here, but anyways, applying a bunch of pressure here now to Nick. I like it. 3-bet takes it down and continues to extend his chip lead here. 6-handed at the Commerce main event final table. Shout out to all my homies in the YouTube chat. If you guys haven't already, hit the like button if you're watching this show. Really helps us out. Get this stream going on the old algorithm. This is Jared Greiner, if you didn't know, here in the booth. See me playing on Live at the Commerce every week almost. I'm going to be in the game Wednesday for some 25-50. Probably going to play pretty big with the lineup in there, some 25-50, 100.
Somebody's time to wake up.
Somebody's alarm's going off. Raul, he loves the ace-6. He's going to limp it in. Mr. John here in the hijack with the sailboats. Going to make a small raise. What's Raul going to do? He's limped in here with a weak ace, not suited, but now he's getting a price like, he's got a call, right? He does call, and he's lucky here to be flipping. That 73.27 is definitely not accurate. Unless it's factoring for hands that folded pre, which maybe it is. I'm not sure on this one. Jack, deuce. Solid hand for pocket fours, and now Raul's going to lead. Getting pretty creative over here. And John doesn't love any turn card almost. Probably thinks he has the best hand, but it's dicey. John lays it down. So sneaky play there by Raul. Steals the pot. Limp call, lead the flop. Well done, sir. Nice hand. On to the next one, 6-handed here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, bro. Damn. Next time.
Pulls the paw on the button. He's got ace-jack off. Got about 20 bigs. Just over min here. And Paul's going to lay down the 6-3 suited. Not the worst hand to defend, not the best either, though. And you can see the chip distribution from here up above. That massive stack belongs to Tailing Wang. Got a huge chip lead here going for him. And our second in chips, Bin Win. Got a decent hand here. He might play it. Let's see what he wants to do. I wouldn't blame him if he folded here, but, you know, you got to gamble sometimes.
3 bets 400,000.
He makes it big this time again. Seen him do that multiple times with really strong hands and make it a little smaller with the weaker ones. Let's see if some players can pick up on that. Interesting spot here. Tailing has 9s. Now, given how strong of a chip lead he has, and this guy is the only guy who can really put a dent in that significantly, and he's played fairly snug. I like a call here from 9s. I don't think we really want to inflate the pot. In a normal scenario, I could see a 3-bet. Looks like he is going to 3-bet. And Bin's loving that. Put those chips out there for me, buddy.
1,150,000.
Almost a 3x raise, too. Now let's see what Ben's going to do here with the aces. Got about 40 blinds. Just get a smooth call. Not really taking much time here thinking about it. Is going to raise, I think. Yep. And Tailing is like, oh no. 4-bet here against the chip leader when you're second in chips. For a lot of players, this is just never, ever, ever light. And we're up against ace king and overpairs every single time.
3,650,000.
Oh, and he makes it huge too. 3.6 million.
1.9.
Tailing should be able to get away here, but remains to be seen. If I'm tailing in the spot, I'm just folding and moving on, retaining my chip lead. I don't want to get into a marginal spot here. We 3-bet, we've been 4-bet to a massive size. We have no fold equity. Yeah, he does lay it down. Pocket aces, takes it down. The old aces, but yeah, I think I would just flat pre there with the 9s
We got 5 minutes.
in that spot.
Yep. Thank you.
especially given the sizing differences here we've seen so far. It's hard to pick up on that kind of stuff when you're not seeing the cards, but when somebody's opening to a bigger size sometimes, a smaller size other times, in my experience, most of the time the bigger size is a stronger hand. Some people are the opposite, but you never know. And Nick getting pretty out of line here in the cutoff, 10-8 offsuit. Man, John, he likes to call from the small blind. He called with the ace-2 soft before, now he's got the jack-9-0. He is ahead.
Heads up.
10-8-7 one time. Okay.
One check.
Open ender for Nick.
250.
Pair of nines for John. Very quick C-bet here.
Call.
Snap call from John.
Check.
Blind check from John.
One check.
Now what are we doing here for Nick? Open ender still working for us. 2 flush draws on board. Check it back and take our equity. I mean, the call from the small blind and the call on this flop is pretty strong.
Check.
Gets there, and it gives John 2 pair. Front door flush does come in. So it's not the nuttiest of straights. There is a higher straight on board and a flush possible. But we've got a pretty comfortable value bet here from Nick. Already 1.24 in the pot as well. And John's going to be in a rough spot here with 2 pair, a bad 2 pair. After we called the jack-9 off in the small blind.
I'm all in.
Oh my goodness. John snap jams.
30.
That is crazy. Oh my gosh, this is wild. So Nick bet half pot.
How much is it?
And John shoves for only 730K more. Nick is almost just like committed to call here, but he beats nothing. But like, does John just slow play a flush draw on the flop? I don't think so. Can only just have like king 10 possibly.
45. 1,445,000.
This is just a weird scenario here for Nick.
Yes.
Got a straight.
Yep.
My goodness.
400K?
This is not what I was expecting at all.
730, so about 715.
Look at that. There's 3.4 million in the pot. Nick needs to call 715K here. Makes the call, and that is going to do it.
I got 2 pair.
And yeah, just a brutal way to go out there for John. Calling the small blind and then jamming on that river, and he is going to be our 6th place finisher.
All right. That's the most I've ever. You're mean. Good player.
Congrats, John. Good run. He's going to take home $27,000 for his efforts.
Take care.
And hey, he got after it, man. He played fearlessly. Wasn't afraid to get his money out there.
Yeah, we were.
Just ended up running into it there with the straight.
I got this thing, right?
I know, but like, I just like, what the fuck? Like, he's never supposed to have.
He's never supposed to jam that down.
And yeah, Nick is perplexed there because his hand shouldn't be good almost ever, but his odds were just too good. Makes the call and somehow wins. Pretty sick.
240?
So now we're narrowed down to 5 players. I think everybody's got locked up mid 30K and change. And that was a crazy hand, boys and girls. Basically every part of it went the way I did not expect. So yeah, 5th place now locked up. 36K for everybody here at this table. 35 buy-ins pretty much. Really love to see that. If you made it this far, you're getting pretty happy here. But hey, there's a lot more to be had. $140,000 for first. Tayling's going to defend the big blind here with King 3-0. Flops a piece. Got a pair of 3s. Pocket 8 still best.
Five bets, 185. 185.
Can I grab my phone?
Small C bet here. I believe we're going to go on break after this hand.
You guys are showing this on the floor or no? Yeah. Oh, okay.
It's out there everywhere.
Thank you.
And yeah, this is the type of board that the big blind does check raise a decent amount. And even with a hand like bottom pair, it can make some sense to do that. Flush draws on board though. Pocket 8s is a pretty strong hand in this scenario. But not loving it. Does make the call. In great shape here against the King 3. Tailing has the King of Clubs working for him. Oh my gosh, there's the King. There is the King, and now Paul in deep, deep trouble. Got 2 million behind, 1.7 million in the pot. Now that he check raised and was continued on, yeah, it slows down. Got to be a little worried about running into a jack or a better king or aces. Probably has the best hand, but I do like the check.
Check.
And yeah, that's going to kill the action there. Ace on the river. Brutal run out for pocket 8s.
Check.
Goes check, check, and Tailing's going to take it down.
Please.
Paul doesn't love it.
Nice turn.
You're on break, guys.
All right, guys, we're going to be on break here for about 10 to 15 minutes. Stick around and see the rest of this 5-handed action here at the final table at the Commerce main event. We're playing for $140,000. We'll be back here in a few minutes.
And then go ahead and start racking up.
OK。不用，不是你不用，对你不能过来，没事，你去吧，你去旁边吧，你去旁边吧。
No, the
175。
Guys, we're on a break if you didn't notice, but we should be back in action here shortly. For those of you guys asking in the chat, players take a break every 2 hours, so that's where we're at. We are 5-handed currently. Should be back here any minute now. Saludos a Córdoba, Argentina. Bienvenidos. Espero que estés disfrutando el póker. Y aquí estamos de vuelta. Let's go. Welcome back to the final table. 5-handed. We got Paul with a 15 big blind stack. Raul, Nick, Bin, and Tae Ling, our runaway chip leader here. Blinds have been increased. We are now playing 100 and 150,000. So the big blind is 1.5.
It just went to double. Yeah. Yeah. Let's make this.
First hand back from break, Nick has the ace-jack. Tae Ling's going to call from the small blind here with ace-9-0. 5-handed poker, you're going to see some wider ranges. You know, people getting after it a little bit, but at the same time, the pay jumps are getting real now. Some big, big numbers coming up. Both players flop an ace here.
Four calls.
And pair board on the turn now. It's going to be a chop unless Nick can find a jack or a heart. Does find the heart. Should be able to get a little value here for Nick. Have the second nut flush. Tae Ling really can't beat anything here besides a bluff. Got top pair, but there's 4 hearts on board. Could be losing to better ace, like ace queen, a full house, a flush. Just nothing here that's going to be c-bet that we beat. Sorry, there's going to be bet here on the river that we beat. Makes the fold. And low-key, Nick here chipping up, creeping up on the bin wing and within reach of Tae Ling. I call him Bin Wing again because I know a player named that. It's Bin Win. You guys remember Bin Wang though? That guy who went on like the most epic heater of all time a couple years ago. Mostly playing like 5Ks and below and became the #1 player in the world.
Blinds is 100,000.
So yeah, these guys have been playing now for about 3 hours, and we lost 4 players during that time span. You know, at this point, it could go on for a while. 5-handed, nobody's super short. Paul, actually, I rescind that. Paul has 10 big blinds, just under. So he needs to get something going here soon. Blind versus blind. Nick's going to call the 10 deuce. Gets the check back from Raul. And now he's probably Nick a big favorite to win this spot if it comes a brick.
Check.
Nick now with a pair of deuces.
That's 200,000.
Scoops it.
Big one. Or best 300.
So under the gun, tailing raises your ace-8 off. Paul with a sub-10 big blind stack sticks it in here with ace-10 off. Now
He's not all in.
Okay, sorry. He's not all in. He's got 1 chip left.
Raul in the small blind folds the 4s, I believe, and now it's back on tailing. Made it 300K, min raise. The shove here, you know,
2,200,000.
probably not going to be ahead too often here. Pretty marginal spot here to call off with ace-8 off, but it is only 10 big blinds. Probably just let it go and move on to the next one, but it's reasonably close.
Gotta get lucky myself. Oh, good. Flip.
Oh, wow. So Raul did call. I didn't see that. So Raul calls from the small blind after the open and the jam. Wow. Getting after it here. It's a flip. Pretty good flop there for Paul. Open ender and 2 overs to the pocket 4s.
Queen 7, ace 10.
There you go. Straight for Paul. Paul is going to secure the double unless a 10 comes and they chop. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
It's a chop. So Raul makes the loose call, gets bailed out by the chop, straight on the board.
Wow. That's crazy.
And yeah, Paul ran pretty bad here at this final table. Still in it though. 6th spot for him to double up.
Well, it was a flip before, so a chop is okay, right?
Yep.
So Paul still our short stack, chipped up a little bit with that chop pot. Raul would have been down to dust if he didn't find that lucky chop river card. You can see what we're playing here for. Everybody's got $36,000 locked up, but we're playing for 141K. If you're just joining us, welcome. This is Live at the Commerce presented by Bally Live. This is Jared Greiner in the booth. Going to be here for the next little bit. My partner's going to come tag me out pretty soon here and finish off the rest of this final table for you. He's a tournament crusher. Won't tell you who it is till he gets in here, but he's going to have some good insights for you guys. Love to hear his thoughts on tournament poker always. All right, here we go. Nick. Ace queen off. Raises it up in the cutoff. And interesting spot here. Ben is going to 3-bet here. Ben win with the 2-5s from the small. And these are the two big stacks minus the chip leader. They don't really want to clash. Nick's not going to fold just to a 3-bet though. He's got ace queen. Take it to the flop. 8-9-3, pocket 5 still best. And Ben, he likes to do this. He just snap backs sometimes. Big C bet here. And I don't really know how Nick can continue here with just ace high. Let's it go. Nice hand, bin. Bin sends the ace queen straight to the bin. Nick's going to try again. King 9 suited this time. Not sure what Tailing has, but he's decided to call here out of the small blind. A7, so yeah, he's getting in there with these small blind flats. Now Paul with an interesting spot. 5-handed, king queen suited, 10 big blinds. This is the spot that the jam's going to get through most likely, and he does rip it in.
Count.
Great spot for him. Nick asked for a count, but he just can never call here with the king 9 suited, especially regardless, but especially after Tailing's also called in the small blind. Just a little bit of Hollywood here. We're never going to call with the king nine. I'd be extremely shocked. Bye-bye. Sure what we're thinking about here, but okay.
All in.
Whoa, oh my goodness. That's a shocker right there. Holy cow. I mean, it's been open and then call and then he shoves. Go with the king nine suited. Okay, we're gonna run it. What a sick spot for Paul. Somehow gets it in with king high and he's dominating his opponent. Flops the queen too. Gutter ball for Nick.
More outs for me.
Still just a gutter. Paul needs to fade a 10 here. 4 outs once. Nope. Double up for Paul. Wow, I'm very shocked that Nick went with the king nine there.
1575.
Man, that's crazy. I thought Nick was just Hollywooding and then he went with it. That's, I mean, hey. Kudos to him for getting after it. Going for the win. Paul finally gets the double up. Now it's anybody's game, really. Tailing at one point had 10 million and change. Now he's got 8.5. Raul, our short stack, just in time, wakes up with the 2 10s.
Seven raises, 450.
3X is it? Paul hasn't folded yet. He looks like he's got something. What's he got? What you got, Paul?
All in.
Oh, baby. Oh, he has jacks. He has jacks, and Raul is not going to be folding 2 10s here. He calls and sees the bad news. He is dominated, and this is going to get us down to 4 players if the pocket jacks can hold. Great time to wake up with 10s, so Raul thought, but he is in big trouble. Needs to find a 10 here. Running hearts. There's a heart. Heart or a 10 one time for Raul, or he is going to be our 5th place finisher. Doesn't find it. Pocket jacks hold. Good game, Raul Rojas. Well played, sir. He's going to finish in 5th place. Cashes for over $30,000. And wow, what a run for Paul. Suddenly went from having 10 big blinds and finds the sick double, king queen against king nine, and then immediately the very next hand wakes up with jacks against pocket 10s, and suddenly he is in contention. And we're four-handed, guys.
Does it always have to be so much of a sweat?
That is bad.
Take a breath, brother. There's always a sweat. Wouldn't be fun if there was no sweat. All right, good run, Raul. We'll get your remaining payouts listed here shortly, but I believe everybody now is guaranteed over 40K.
$350. 350.
Four makes it 350.
Paul's got an ace on the button here. He's going to raise it up.
6 folds.
Can't beat the lefty guys.
Ben's got a defendable hand here, but he's making a speech. Sounds like he's not going to play it. Okay, he is going to play it. And everything I think is going to happen so far at this final table is not happening. It's just been some funky stuff. I mean, when we make this speech and stare down the guy, can we ever be that strong? What are we doing here? We're 3-betting? We're calling? We're folding? Folds the queen 9. Okay. Okay.
Just for you. Just for you. Just because you're friendly. You know I'm showing you an ace, right?
All right, we're neck and neck. Nick the short stack now, but has like 25 big blinds. Got pocket 5s on the button.
$350.
Oh, 2 kings now for Ben.
$1,050,000.
Just under 3x. Or exactly 3x. And yeah, button versus small blind, a pair is pretty good hand. Just depends on what Nick thinks of Ben wins 3-bet range here. Probably thinks it's stronger than somebody who's getting after it too hard with the 3-bets here. Ben has kind of had it on most of his 3-bet hands. But hey, a pair's a pair. Does lay it down. So 4-handed play continues here at the Commerce main event. Shout out to everybody again in the chat. Make sure you give us the thumbs up on the YouTube.
Ukraine, but I mean, I pretty much grew up here.
If you like poker, give me the follow.
Yeah.
at Jared Griner on Instagram.
Raise to 350. Next in this game, cartoon.
Nick Skolnick with the ace king of diamonds.
Nice to meet you. Almost 4, like 3.8.
Paul takes a look at the jack deuce off. Not going to happen. Yeah, Paul's played pretty well so far, I think. I would rate him as probably the player who's played the best so far at this final table. Tailing's done some things as well, played the big stack pretty well. Probably would have taken back a couple of the small blind flats that he made. Maybe the 10-4-0 squeeze, but like in general, he's got the right idea. He's playing the stack well, taking advantage. But now it's kind of anybody's game, man. Bin Wing, Bin Win. I keep saying that because I see Tailing Wing next to him. But Bin and Tailing neck and neck for the chip lead, followed not too far behind by Paul. And Nick still pretty healthy, so this could be a four-handed battle for a while, you guys. Buckle up, strap in, lock and load. Tailing opens button ace 9 of hearts. Nick gonna come along in the big blind with queen 6-0. Top 2 for Tailing. Nick pretty much dead. Checks it back. Interesting. Nick now dead, but he's not gonna fall for it. Tailing checks back again. Interesting spot.
Four bet 650.
Good bet.
Oh, Nick might be do something unexpected here. He just said good bet, so he's never raising, but do you think queen high is good? Really thinking about it. I mean, if Tailing was bluffing, he probably would have bet flop or turn at some point. Checks down to the river. It feels like it's just some ace-x or something. All right, good fold.
Six calls. 3 checks. That's it. Six checks. 3 checks.
Blind versus blind battle here.
6 bets, 225.
Nick's just got a gutter ball, but blind versus blind.
3 calls.
Look a good spot to try and take it down. Ben obviously going nowhere with the king. Now a pair of sixes for Nick should slow him down.
6 checks. 3 bets, 300,000.
And Ben snap bets again, 300K, 2 big blinds.
Six calls.
And Nick makes the call. Sees the bad news. Ship it to Ben.
Small blind, please. Six folds.
And the 2 chip leaders here, blind versus blind, Jack 9 for Ben.
Three calls.
Gonna make the call. See if Tailing wants to get after it here with the ace high. Rates to be a hand that you want to probably raise here from the big blind after the small blind limps.
4 checks.
But we want to protect our range and check back some ace X, so that's fine too. Top 2 though for Mr. Win.
Yes. Three bets, 225. Four calls.
Tailing makes a call with ace high, 3 of hearts on the turn, and now Ben's going to slow down. We really want to keep betting our hand here. There's a lot of draws out there. We can still get value from, get some protection for our hand. But this is inducing a bet here.
4 bets, 450.
Not sure what Tailing wants to accomplish here by betting the ace high. He's either ahead or he's really not going to get a pair to fold at this point, I don't think. Now he's going for the check raise. Interesting move here by Ben, checking and got his opponent to bet.
450,000.
Check raises.
Yes.
And I don't really see how Tailing continues at this point with ace high. Check raise on the turn is so strong. Doesn't look like he wants to fold though. Does not look like he wants to fold. Oh my goodness, wow, he re-raises. Wow, this is such a weird hand, and then Ben just snap shoves. Just snap rips it in. You got it, you got it. So big misstep there from Tailing, and that puts Ben Win now in the chip lead for the first time today. Tailing's been the chip leader pretty much the whole final table, but not anymore after that. Huge pickup.
So it's one man, 450.
If the chip counts are updated, I believe, yeah, there we go. 11.9 million. This is the most chips anyone has had so far throughout this final table. So now we got a new chip leader. We're four-handed. And guys, with that, I'm going to take off. I've got somewhere to be, so I'm going to hand the mic over to another tournament crusher, cash game crusher. You guys know him. He's been in the booth. He's been in the Live at the Commerce cash game streets. How's it going, Peter?
What's up, Jared? How's it going? How's it going, everybody? I'll be taking over.
Yeah, so we got Peter crossing the booth. The rest of it, I'm going to hand it off to you guys. It's anybody's game now. And yeah, enjoy the rest of this final table, playing for $140,000. We'll see you guys later. Enjoy.
Cool. Thanks, Jared. What's up, guys? Peter Cross here. You can follow me on Instagram on HoppaGTO. If you're interested, I'll be taking over the commentary. I actually haven't watched any of this final table yet, so forgive me if I missed some things or I'm not caught up with how people are playing, but I'll go ahead and give it my best shot. So just to recap, it looks like Ben Win is the overwhelming chip leader. He's got almost two times second, and then we got two middling stacks, and Nick, who is relatively short but still playing 20 big. So still a lot of play left. So let's see what happens here. Tailing limps with the no raises, the 9-7-0. Yeah, seems like a well-played hand. I mean, oh, sorry, never mind. They have the same stack. Okay, I'm getting started. Give me a sec, guys. Definitely some serious atmosphere going on. Okay, we got Ben Wing, Nguyen. Not confused with Ben Wang with the king queen off. Would be a very reasonable raise, both positionally speaking as well as the fact that he has a big chip lead. And he goes for the 3x, which is actually not a bad size. You start to see that more and more these days in ICM situations, especially with hands, offsuit hands with good removal. And Tailing already has an interesting situation, ace-10-0 from the button. They are playing relatively deep, almost 40 bigs. Ben should be opening very wide. However, I'm not sure if the 3x has any implications. I haven't been watching, so maybe the chat can let me know if he's been sizing up or down based on his hand. And yeah, tough spot for Tailing. 3-betting this would be pretty reasonable with the removal, expecting Ben to open fairly light as the chip leader in the cutoff. Having an ace is pretty good removal. Flatting isn't going to play as well because he's just going to run you off your hand so often. And yeah, so he 3-bets right here, which is a pretty good play. Takes a relatively small size, but maybe not that small considering that Ben went 3x already. Seems like it's a nice polar size. And now Ben, interesting situation for him. Tell us about robust equity, and neither of these hands have robust equity, but we'll see what transpires. Ben in the tank right here. It's kind of a weird situation, to be honest. You open 3x and then someone goes a small 3-bet. You know, it might feel like you're kind of priced in, but then again, depending on their range, you might not be if they're 3-betting a very tight range. King queen off kind of plays poorly out of position in a 3-bet pot as well. You're often dominated and don't really have a chance to make a flush. At least if you're suited, you know, you have an okay chance of, you know, continuing with the backdoor or front door flush draw and realizing your equity more efficiently. So yeah, he lets it go. I think it's a good play by both players. Ben is overwhelming chip leader. If he does think Tailing is going light, I mean, he could just kind of, you know, I mean, 4-betting could be a play depending on the tendencies off the button.
That was interesting.
That was, for sure.
I never expected a fold.
But yeah, you know, tailing is in a tough spot against Ben if he does decide to do anything. So if you think someone's a little too light, I mean, and you're covering by 2x, it can't be the worst to kind of send it on them or go for a light 4-bet, small size, puts them in a world of hurt very much. But anyways, we move on. Blinds are 100, 150K. We have a very interesting dynamic going on here where there's an overwhelming chip leader who has, let's see here, about almost half the chips in play, let's say 40%-ish, and then 2 middling stacks and then a short stack in Nick. The middling stacks will be incentivized to try to ladder to some degree and not battle each other until Nick is eliminated. Nick has a lot of incentive just to send it, has nothing to lose really. Or I shouldn't say nothing to lose, but has the least to lose, and yeah, just goes with it with the ace-jack O in the small blind. Obviously, a very, very, very good hand in the small blind. No doubt about that. Maybe some options between raise, call, or all-in. Again, Nick has the least chips, so he doesn't necessarily need to go all-in to take the pot down. He can also start inducing because he has the least to lose, whereas if there may be a short stack or 2 left, then Nick will be very incentivized just to go all-in with the ace-jack and take the hand down. Nonetheless, obviously never going to be a bad play to go all-in with that in the small blind. It's just you have a very good hand, and the big blind cannot be distributed. Better hand enough to make that a losing play under any constraint, I believe. At least any reasonable constraint. So we have Paul here raising the 3s from the cutoff. Off 20 or off 40 big blinds. These hands start to lose value as ICM gets deep, but that being said, 40 big blinds in the cutoff, perfectly fine, I believe. And Nick here on the button with 20 big blinds again.
All in.
Yeah, and so the value of pairs often decreases in ICM, but here Nick has a very clear jam. He's last placed in chips, facing a cutoff open as well, who probably isn't adjusting super accordingly to ICM, just takes it down and wins the pot. If he's got it at this point, he's got it. It's not like there are other short stacks, and he has a 20% increase on his stack, which is huge. So if he gets a few more of those through, you know, now he's going to be joining the company of the middling stacks. So big pickup, good play by him, not scared, good awareness of the situation. Yeah, I almost say Ben Wang when I see this guy's name. Ben Win. The 5s on the button, raises the 3x. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Seems like this is kind of the size he's been using. And yeah, just takes it through. Power poker. He's the captain of the ship at the moment, so he can kind of do whatever he wants sometimes pre-flop if it just comes down to opening. So Ben, let's go the Queen 5-0. As crazy as it sounds, this will be a configuration where you actually probably could open that. You just have 2x second, and everyone's going to be so under pressure. So it works out that he didn't, because Paul wouldn't go anywhere. But just kind of.
475.
And Paul Cortez with the Ace Queen O makes it 475. Interesting situation for Nick. He is in the big blind. He is getting an okay price to call, but yeah, lets it go. Very good fold, I believe. No longer playing for chips, so being quote-unquote priced in isn't as... It's not as easy to be priced in. Sure, you're getting... What was it, 2-1, but is 2-1 enough when you bust the tournament some of the time? Probably not. So a good fold to offsuit 9-8, a hand that doesn't play that well. tailing with the ace-6 offsuit from the cutoff.
Or raise it 300,000.
Kind of a trap hand in this formation. Ace-X, O in the cutoff is usually a raise, but when ICM starts to get severe and you're four-handed, you start to see a lot of these offsuit aces, especially ace-6 being the worst one, start to muck. Does seem overly nitty, but you're opening in a chip leader's big blind, who can really do some damage, and also Nick can also rejam pretty effectively against you. So these offsuit ace-X's, when you're a middling stack four-handed, actually don't do very well in general, and it's a nuance that many people don't know from the cutoff, but reasonable to open it as well. Always a chance that I'm incorrect too. ICM is very sensitive to formations and chip stacks and stuff like that too. So Paul finds a queen-10 off 3-bet, maybe sussing out that this cutoff open is a bit light. And again, even though they have the same stack, the power of position is very strong. Typically in ICM formations, even if two people have the same stack, whoever is in position can do a lot of damage to the person who's out of position. So being in position is almost like having a chip lead in some situations, or a chip advantage. That being said, queen and a 10, slightly on the looser side, doesn't function as well. You want the cutoff to have a queen or a 10, queen jack, queen 10, 10 jack, king 10. That being said, these guys are taking it to the streets, and you got to respect that. Some street poker is always, you can't play 2 GTO in a lot of these situations. You got to take it to the streets. So tailing decides to call. He kind of just says, you know what, fuck it, I'm ready to scrap against you. I don't believe you. Maybe there's some dynamic prior. And now the power of position is shown. When both players miss, the person in position is going to have a big advantage. That being said, tailing does have the ace of hearts and might be thinking some funny things at the back doors. So let's see.
5-bet, 600,000.
Goes for 4 big blinds into a pot of 12.5 or so. And yeah, now let's see what tailing does. He's got the ace of hearts, and there's 2 hearts out there, and there's some backdoor potential. You can see some savagery here potentially.
4 calls.
So he decides to float one. Reasonable. I would like to see a check raise check raise sometimes on Jack Deuce 4 disconnected. I mean, it's very easy for the person to be too wide 3-betting you, and they're just gonna have some snap folds. Ace of hearts functions pretty well as a check raise. Turn a heart, turn a 3, turn a 5, you can start sending it. Turn a ace, you suck out. But he has the best hand here too. So very interesting stuff going on right here. I like it.
That's 1.4 million.
Yeah, and Paul just continuing with the aggression, and you just kind of see the power of position allows you to really, go after it, even with 2 napkins almost. Queen and a 10, interact okay with the board. You block queen jack, jack 10. You block the suited ones as well. Not sure if it matters that much because ace-6 off is in the mix. And yeah, this is kind of why I think check raising, if you are going to play this way with the ace of hearts, is good. Here you face a bet. It is a paired 4, which isn't good for your hand, but it just becomes very tough to play. So let's see what tailing decides to do. Looks over at the stack. The power of position being demonstrated here as well. Yeah, just takes it down with queen 10 offsuit, That's power poker. Maybe good recognition of the situation as well. Yeah, you gotta love it. And you see one pot like that, I mean, you gotta be very careful in ICM situations because you lose one pot where you called pre and called a flop bet. And now all of a sudden, Paul Cortez has almost 2x the amount of chips on you. Always important to remember that. Unlike cash games or unlike earlier in the tournament, when you lose a pot to somebody, you really feel the effects of that pot that you lost becoming someone else's gain. So it's almost like I like to call it a double whammy when you lose a pot to someone with heavy ICM constraints. And Paul Cortez now chipping up to being close to, close to chips with Ben, which is going to change the dynamic a lot. Now Tae-Ling in a tough spot where he's incentivized to wait out Nick, but Nick's also catching up, and just dynamics have shifted a bunch just off that one hand. Ben limps from the small blind, 6-4 off. Understandable. But maybe I would like to see a little more aggression as the chip leader. And yeah, Tae-Ling just, takes it in there. He has an ace, blind versus blind. Limp probably slightly on the weaker side as well, probably not as balanced, and says, you know what, I'm all in. So love that play. Power poker. If they got it, they got it. And also Tae-Ling now in a similar or previous to that hand was in a similar situation to Nick. Less to lose as he is closer to being the short stack. Yeah, and if you like my commentary, guys, please feel free to follow me on Instagram at HoppaGTO. I think I'm getting into a little bit of coaching. I have some students, so if anyone's interested, send me a DM. So we got Nick with the King 7 offsuit. So decides to raise it up with the King 7 off. This one's going to get through. Again, slightly loose from the cutoff. It might not seem that way, but these offsuit King X's, offsuit Ace X's actually go into the muck pretty often, something that some people don't know. That being said, he's playing, he's there, I'm not. He's got his style. Maybe he has some reads, maybe he knows people don't 3-bet enough, etc. Maybe he just has confidence playing post-flop, so takes it down. Good for him.
Look at that. You get a walk even up for 50.
Yeah, and Paul gives Nick a walk, and Nick has ace-queen offsuit. Here's a situation where you could just kind of make it 2.7x even with the hand that bad and just put him in a somewhat with a hurt, but that being said, Nick's going to be sending it on you pretty aggressively due to the fact that he's the shortest stack. And you just see, like, Nick's starting to creep up. He's winning a few pots, and Tae-Ling's losing a few, and now Nick's starting to creep up as he's not the overwhelming short stack anymore. He's kind of, he has a puncher's chance at getting to third place. All on the button with the 4s.
Five raises to 300. 6 folds.
Raises it up.
How much more?
6 makes it 900,000 total.
Okay.
3 makes it 900 total.
And this is savagery right here. I love to see it. 3 bets the 7-6-0. Why not? Why not, I mean, maybe you want to cover by a little bit more, but, I mean, you have 1.5x Paul Cortez's stack, and when ICM starts to come to play, you don't really play positions as much. You play more stacks, and why not? This is going to put him in a tough spot. Love to see it. It's also somehow flipping, which is pretty sick as well. And Paul makes the call. This is a big inflection point in the tournament here. I mean, you know, if Paul wins this hand, he's going to have basically a similar stack to Ben, and he's just not going to be winning this hand probably. Does have backdoors, but yeah, this is a big inflection point of the tournament, and Ben just gins it, you know. Yeah, this is. Does bet 1.7 million. Probably a little too big, just kind of scares him off, but probably wasn't gonna get paid that much anyways. The hand that big, I mean, just betting a 5th pot, 6th pot, and because the chips are gonna have so much weight to them. And now all of a sudden, this is just the Ben show. I mean, it's Ben with the overwhelming chip lead and 3 shorter stacks. Even Paul isn't. Now Nick's not that far behind.
Doesn't matter.
Paul and tailing as well. So, you know, Nick's situation has changed a ton in the last 30 minutes.
Two pair. What two pair?
He says, what two pair?
Two pair has been pair too.
Good bet, good bet.
Can confirm that he had 2 pair.
Yeah, I think he made something.
I did not have ace something. I had
And here, Mac, here's a robust equity kind of hand. Queen 10 suited. Raises. Reasonable. And this one's going to get through, so. And look at here, guys. Nick, all of a sudden, from overwhelming short stack to basically just one of the boys. Another robust equity hand. King 10 suited. Finds the raise. And Paul defends the big blind, 9-7-0.
Okay.
You got to be careful if you're Paul, though. You lose one big pot, and all of a sudden, you know, Nick is in a very, very good position.
250.
Nick C-bets, pretty reasonable. Not only does the 2 Broadway cards favor the, you know, cutoff raiser, he also just happens to have pretty good hand. Backdoor flush draw and open-ended straight draw. 1 over. And Paul makes a call. He has a gut shot and turns a 7. So interesting-ish turn. I mean, Paul doesn't have that good of a hand, but he does turn a pair, which is technically the best hand. That being said, Nick also just, you know, he turns a flush draw as well. And expect him to fast play, and, you know, I'm sure 9-7 can't really hold on with a pair of 7s. And this is just kind of like a make or break pot for Nick at the moment. Very good turn, but still could be hard to pull the trigger sometimes. He's stacking chips, and he's stacking more chips, and decides to put it in.
1,250,000. 1,255 folks.
Yeah, and just takes it down. Like I said, technically Paul may have had the best hand, but not much you can do there. And just, you know, this is the danger of V-pipping sometimes, especially with somewhat mediocre holdings, is you lose a few single race pots for a few streets, and all of a sudden, look at Nick. He's basically, between Paul, tailing, and Nick, there's not much difference in the stacks. Anyone can bust in 4th, and anyone can get 2nd. When you're talking strictly from a chip stack perspective. And then Ben just, you know, obviously Ben has the risk of doubling someone into the chip lead, but currently speaking, he's got the reins to kind of put the pressure on and really force these guys all to want to ladder up, want to not play big pots, etc. Yeah, and so earlier I was saying how you can fold the ace X O's from the cutoff, but when you're the chip leader, it's the opposite. You should just be raising. Maybe I shouldn't be saying what people should be doing. He decides to fold, reasonable. Just the removal when you're chip leading is just so good. You have an ace, just raise, and it's just so hard for them to play back at you. They already have to fold so much as is. So. But Nick would have woken up with sevens, so it works out. And now Paul finds a raise in the small blind, has a king, which is, you know, removal is good. But BVB, I mean, pocket sevens, if we know anything about Nick, he's not going to lay this down. And I doubt he calls as well, but we'll see. Yeah, this hand just too, seven's just too good. You just, if they can beat sevens here, you just try to suck out, and they'll get eliminated in fourth. Especially when you've seen people raise and VPIP slightly wider than being super nutted. And yeah, beautiful play by Nick. I mean, you know, he sent the sixes earlier, he sent the sevens. It's a bit scary. Sometimes you're going to be out of the tournament, but you still got to play poker at some point. And now all of a sudden, Nick is in second. He went from being fourth to second without really, just by playing solid, you know, red line poker where you just kind of got people to fold with money in the middle. And so, yeah, you see the power of just taking it down in these situations. Yeah, good for him. Seems like he's playing pretty well, to be honest. And yeah, I've commentated on Nick previously at the final table here, so definitely knows what he's doing. Strong player. Definitely knows how to navigate all these fields, and he has the NBA on NBC hat on too, so that's pretty cool. I think NBA on NBC is coming back next year, so excited to see that as well.
3 raises to 1.2 million. 6 folds.
Yeah, nothing much to say about that hand. Just is what it is. And now it seems like it almost becomes like a waiting match where all the short stacks kind of wait for each other to get eliminated. Obviously, you're going to take a spot if you have to. And Ben just gets to print money. It's kind of how this situation works in theory. But obviously, theory and practice are always different. So we'll see how this transpires. And Nick with ace-queen suited. So yeah, he gets dealt. Very good hand, situationally speaking. Yeah, it just is going to end up taking it down, which is not a bad result. Your hand is hardly worth the pot most of the time pre-flop, so yeah. And all of a sudden, I mean, I know I keep saying the same thing, but Nick's just chipping up without doubling, without being at risk in some ways. And, you know, he's put himself in a very good situation compared to 30 minutes ago. So good for him.
Six best 475.
And yeah, Nick gets dealt good hands. He has eights now, raises from the cutoff. A nice little run good for Nick, and it's, you know, it's nice if you stay in the tournament. Usually you do get a run at some point, so you kind of see it here. Interested to see if Paul defends the big blind here. Yeah, we'll see what he perceives. Seeing how he plays, I believe that he will defend the big blind. And again, this is kind of an ICM trap if you want to talk about. And yeah, he lets it go. Good for him. Yeah, this hand's kind of a trap. Defending the big blind, not as effective as the ICM gets more and more severe. The chips you gain are not worth the chips you lose, and so they're actually not getting that good of a price. Especially, I mean, technically speaking, Nick should be opening somewhat tight from the cutoff, so it's not like you're facing a normal cutoff chip EV range where you have more equity against. That being said, Nick did open King 7-0 earlier, so maybe you do have a little more equity. Hard to say. I think it's a good fold. Good awareness of the situation. And Nick chips up again, which seems to be the theme for the last hour or so.
3 bets 475. 4 folds.
Been raising it up with a suit at 10-8. Like it.
475?
475. 6 calls, 475.
Yeah, and again, the King 10-0, you know, the situation might be slightly similar to Jack 9-0, but it's a better hand. And also, Ben should be wider in theory because, you know, he's a chip leader. Has him dominated, but gets out-flopped. And again, the power of the chip lead, you kind of get to, they can't really 3-bet you as often. Actually, that's not true. They should be 3-betting you a decent amount. But people are afraid to 3-bet you, and yeah, you just take it down. Here you did flop a pair, but just taking the pot down's worth a lot. So, and you know, as long as he retains his chip lead, we should see a lot of raise, take it, raise, call, and then check, bet, flop, take it. So, you know, Ben gets to kind of run over everybody, just strategically speaking. And now Nick has to be slightly careful. Nick's starting to kind of chip up, comparatively speaking, to the other two. And now Tailing is kind of the one who has less to lose.
What is that? 6-5. 6-6 is small one.
I think we have a mystery hand here.
3 checks. All right, heads up.
Okay, so we have...
Please.
Okay, so Nick has ace-4, ends up calling. Yeah, I mean, again, he has to be careful. In a slightly different formation, this might be a hand that could maybe jam or something, but it's too risky at the moment, given how he's at second. Also, and again, the power of the chip lead. Ben probably just going to win this hand.
3 checks. Second round.
Okay, checks back. Nick turns a pair, but pair is under attack.
6 bets 325.
And lets it go. Okay. Perhaps, yeah, I mean, it's hard to understand, but maybe if you don't play as many final tables or tournaments, but would like to see Ben be a little bit more aggressive. He can kind of get away with murder, and maybe Nick is aware that he's not doing that. And, you know, there's always 2 layers to all this ICM mumbo jumbo. One is what's theoretically correct, and then the second part is, are people actually doing what they're supposed to be doing, for lack of a better word? And if they're not, then you should, why limit yourself to the constraints of what ICM says you have to do? So
6 bets 400.
if he's not going to run it on you there with, you know, a gut shot and a flush draw and 8 high, then you don't have to worry too much. And now Ben's got the ace king. I mean, this has to be a hand that is going to do some work. But again, Nick has good removal for the button open with the king. I mean, it's a pretty standard button open to begin with, so maybe not too much to talk about there.
6 million. 4 folds. 6 folds.
Yeah, it takes it down. Yeah, Nick kind of just getting away with murder at the moment. He's just raising and no one's doing anything about it. He's playing like he's a chip leader. Good for him. Yeah, a little bit of, you could tell that Tae-Ling and Paul, a little bit of card deadness creeping in. Always brutal when you go somewhat card dead in a tournament. And Paul raises to 525, and now this is a very interesting spot for Nick. We saw him take the sevens earlier, and Paul folded. King Jack off, a slightly worse hand than sevens in some ways, but also good removal. Decides to call in position. I like it. And now he flops a jack. The board is 9-8, 2 hearts, and a jack, so perceivably some board texture changes, although when we see Paul's hand, we do know that he doesn't really connect on any of those board texture changes. That being said, Nick cannot see his hand. And so let's see what happens here. Nick also has the king of hearts, which is pretty good added backup equity. And from the perspective of a range, I mean, Paul opening fairly wide here. Probably a little too wide, to be honest, but he can rep this board to some degree. He could rep it to some degree, but I mean, Nick also has this board a lot because he just called a raise pre, so he's going to be kind of condensed to middling cards in position. So, yeah, I think this board should slightly favor. It's hard to say. I don't know. And yeah, if Paul's going to win this pot, and it has to be on a turn like that. Not only does he pick up equity, but it's kind of like, I mean, sometimes they're going to have a straight here, but it's, I mean, now the jack is in a little bit of jail, you know, and you have to kind of capitalize on the fact that Jack X, King Jack, Ace Jack are now kind of now not as good hands. Yeah, like Nick will have some queen X's for sure, like a lot of them, but I mean, you have 6 high with a diamond draw, and check calling just kind of sucks too, so I would have liked to see Paul just kind of send it there, but I understand it's a tough situation, you know. And Nick with a pretty reasonable check, not much merit to betting really at all. Just kind of hoping, taking it to showdown. River brings a 9, and now Paul has another chance to kind of go for it and try to win it if he wants to. Turn check, not really going to rep a queen that well, but at the same time, I mean, Jack 9, Jack Jack 9 9 8 8 10 10, 9 8 now would be reasonable hands that, you know, wanted to check the turn and now became really good hands. So he does have some portion of range that actually wants to check the turn on a 10, now bet the paired board. It is very risky, and also Nick's going to be connecting with that, and he goes small. And small bets do carry a lot of weight deep in tournaments, but I would have liked to see him go for it all here. I mean, it's just probably just going to get flicked in. It's too easy for someone to open small blind wide, bet the flop, check, and just kind of arrive with nothing and be like, I'll try to take it down, in my opinion. So I would have liked to see him really rep the full house, rep the Jack 9, rep the 8s, rep the 9s, rep the Jacks. Rep the 10 9. Yeah, it sucks for Nick too. Like, this isn't an easy spot at all. but you are giving somebody 6-1 on their money. So even with ICM or risk premium, I mean, like in Nick's shoes, he can just flick it in and have 4.6 million versus 5. If he loses, and if he wins, he has 7.3. It's just not. It's just a big inflection point, and he's not risking that much to see it, you know. And Nick folds. Wow, he lets it go. I mean, I get it. Seems like he just has a queen or something, but yeah, I mean, Paul gets away with one there. Just gets away with murder. And I understand it's a big spot, you know. So I get it, but wow. Wow. I mean, he's got to feel good about that one. And I get it from Nick's perspective as well. I mean, it's high pressure situations, you know, it's very tough, and when we can see the cards, it's easy. But wow, I mean, that's got to feel good. That one's got to feel real good.
Three checks. All right, heads up. Three check. Check. Six best 250. 3 folds.
Blinds are also up to 200K. Or actually, did that happen a while ago? I don't know. Maybe it did. But so we're starting to get a little bit shallow now. Tailing starting to become in the danger zone. That being said, 17 big blinds is still piles. I mean, there's hundreds of people who wish they had 17 big blinds right now in the tournament. So it's always some perspective. When you ever feel short in a tournament, there's always that perspective.
That's 400. 6 and 3 folds.
Paul with the raise, min raise. Tailing with the king 8. So let's see what. So he defends his big blind. And yeah, this is a big pot for Tailing.
4 checks.
Yeah, I mean, pretty range betty board in general. I mean, the ace jack queen is just going to hammer the pre-flop aggressor under most situations in general, but this one especially. And also Tailing having 17 bigs, ace queen, ace jack, even king 10 suited, probably a lot of all-in happening pre, so it's a really good board for cutoff. He floats with the gutter and now gets there, so it's a huge gut shot for Tailing. Really keeps his chances in this tournament very much alive. I mean, you're talking about check folding and having 2.5 on the turn versus winning the pot and having 4.1. I mean, that's a big swing. So good for him.
4 is all in. Do you need a count?
Rips it in, and Paul just snap folds. Probably recognizes the situation pretty efficiently. So that's that. Big pot for Tailing there. I mean, like, think about it. He's going to have, if you check folds, there's 2.5, and Paul has 6.4. I mean,
I would have checked it the same way.
It's the difference between 21 big blinds and like 12 and a half. I mean,
Small blind, big blind?
Yeah, that was a big 10 for him. Yeah, what?
6 folds, 3 folds. Four best 450. 200,000 here. The lines. Yeah, one more. It's 450 feet. Yes,
So tailing raises the small. Paul's got a decision. I mean, this is just a, should be a jam in theory.
1.1 million.
Or a 3-bet, yeah. It's just realize your equity. You have a suited ace with a 5 free. I mean, just, you know, you just kind of have to go with it. Kind of sucks, but, you know, it's just going to work so well. Yeah, takes it down. Good for him. Yeah, we're seeing some grinding going on here. Everyone's just battling to stay afloat. Yeah, and you see the payouts here. Everyone's guaranteed 48,000, followed by 64, 88, and 141. So 100K difference almost between fourth and first. I mean, that's why, you know, playing according to the intermediate chip model to some degree is pretty important, because you're no longer playing for chips and you make money by folding and all that nonsense that everyone's heard over and over and over. Paul electing the limp. He was raising prior. It's a good limp. Got to play defensive against people who have the same stack or cover you. And Nick senses the weakness, sends it in. I mean, that's a sick play. Good for him. I mean, just says, you know what, I'm all in. Sick play.
Big play.
Nick with ace-10 suited. I mean, that's a premium hand. That being said, he does have the chip leader to his left. And just looks like he just takes it down. Yeah, raise and take it. Raise and take it. Again, guys, if you like my commentary, you can follow me on HoppaGTO on Instagram. Shoot me a DM. Let me know what you think. If you don't like it, also let me know what you think. Nick limps here from the button. Ben comes in, and kind of a dream spot for tailing, all things considered.
Three players.
But he will elect to set mine. And he flops a set. So yeah, dream spot continued. He checks. Trappy, and you know, Nick's got a king, so tailing expected to get paid off here to some degree. Yeah, he slow plays it. And wow, Nick turns a king. So, you know, Nick with 15% equity. see what happens. I mean, in his situation, I mean, you do have trips, but also it's kind of like you're not always like super ahead here. I mean, it's not like that hard for Tailing to have a king. He's from the big blind. He's going to get dealt all the offsuit ones and check him. He probably, obviously, he raises ace, king, king, queen, maybe even king, jack. But yeah, there's a decent amount of king X in there. So let's see what Nick decides to do. Also, are you going to get paid 3 streets against a 7 or a 4? I don't know. But also, there's draws out there you want to charge, whatever. A lot of stuff going on. Nick does decide to bet here. Ronnie B, no talking at this table. Yeah, it's a serious table, but can you blame him? Played for a lot of money. And Tailing sends it in. And Nick snaps. And it's full house against trips, but 15% equity for Nick. I mean, it's happened 1 in 7 times or whatever, you know? Oh, and it's an 8, and Nick does not get there. Tailing with a big double up. Big double up there.
We got 2,425.
2,425.
It's a huge double up for Tailing, and now all that work that Nick did to get chip up, he's back there, but hey. If he didn't chip up, he'd be out of the tournament. So, you know, there's still a lot of fight left in this one. That's got to feel good, though, for Tailing. Yeah, and so here's the chip counts. I mean, you got Bin with the overwhelming chip lead, has almost as much as everyone combined, almost. He's got about 40% of the chips in play, and Nick has the short stack, but still 12 big blinds. You could do a lot of damage with 12 bigs. So here's the payouts. You got 48K for 4th. I mean, you see him right there, 141 for 1st. So big pay jumps coming in, 20 buy-in, or 16 buy-in pay jump, 24 buy-in pay jump. I mean, jumps are real, so.
Ah, you guys are making me work.
Three raises. 650.
And Ben just takes it down. Power of the chip lead. Yeah, back-to-back decent hands for Ben. He's got the king-queen off this time. And again, Ben is the chip lead, so he can open very, very loose from the cutoff. Yeah, very tough situation here for Nick. The raise is a big raise. It is a 3x almost, so very tough. So let's defend. It's in pretty bad shape. But you can't really blame him. I mean, he's short stacked as a king and a 10, but it is very brutal when you're behind until you flop a 10, you know? And now Nick's ready to go.
$675.
$2.4.
Yeah, Nick is just effectively all in.
3 folds.
And Ben folds. So nice hand, takes it down.
2.4.
And one good thing about being short stacked is you flop a pair and you go with it. Always nice.
Right now it's 100, 200, 200 big on it. Yep. I've raised to 400,000.
All in.
6 goes all in.
Paul raises, Nick goes on with the 7s. A pretty common theme to see him go with the small pocket pairs.
2, 3, 4, a little over 4. Yeah. Yes. Everybody says.
And everyone gets through. I mean, look at Nick, just chip down and just comes right back up.
I've raised to 400,000.
Gotta be careful with these ace XOs from the cutoff. Oh. Just, it kind of comes down to a point where you're only opening the hand to take the blinds down, but taking the blinds down just isn't worth it given the fact that the chips you gain aren't worth the chips you lose. Also, people can put pressure on. I mean, you can just run into it like this. You just ran into it, or people can put pressure on you. Just kind of, just these ace XOs when you're not a chip leader just aren't that good from cutoff. It's boring, but it's just that simple.
4 folds. 5 folds.
I'm gonna see you later.
Thank
you.
Three raises, 625,000.
Ben, just keeping it consistent with the 3x-ish sizes. I mean, this is kind of tough for tailing. It's a lot different from the spots that Nick was in earlier with the pocket pair from the small blind. Here, I believe tailing is second out of 4 with a short stack in play. That being said, I mean, what else can you really do, right? But he also didn't rip the 4s earlier, so maybe he doesn't go with it. As far as, I don't know. So poker's very interesting, that's for sure. Very tough spot, I have no idea.
I'm all in.
Goes all in with the 6s. I like it.
5 folds.
Yeah, I mean, must feel nice to fade the snap, you know? Sometimes tank calls will still have you crushed with 8s or 9s, but in general, just fading the snap is always nice. And tough spot for Ben. I mean, it's for tons of his chips, so all we have is kind of a pair of 5s. Does he feel like gambling it up? does he feel like gambling? And yeah, he lets it go. Pretty reasonable let go. Pretty reasonable let go there. Yeah, now Tae-Ling is really catching up. It's been a very swingy final table. Chips are just being redistributed in so many different places. And stack sizes are changing constantly. It's very fun to watch.
I'm all in.
And Paul here rejams a small blind against Tae-Ling's button open.
Thank you.
Gets it through.
Might have been the spot. A7.
Nick with the pocket kings in the small blind. Raises and just gets the fold, but you know what, honestly, sometimes it's not so bad, you know? Sometimes, I know we want all the whole enchilada, but sometimes just taking it down isn't the worst.
Guess I should have limped.
Three raises, 500,000. Four calls, hands up. Blind bet, blind call. 500,000. Three checks.
That's pretty gangster.
Tae-Ling picks up a super open under.
Four bets, 1.2 million.
On a flush draw board, Ben has top pair and a club. So, yeah, I mean, not the best time bluff, but Tae-Ling does have 12%. Some open under completes will not be good.
Three calls. Three checks. Four goes all in. Three calls.
Wow, all in and a call. Wow, Tae-Ling sent it. I mean, it's a sick bluff, but Ben just not buying it and snaps him off.
The problem is he said that he went all in, but he didn't. That's the problem. And he's going all in, so what's the thing here? The cards were flipped before the...
What's going on?
The action. No. We're wondering if he survived because he left a few chips behind.
But if both hands were tabled before the river, then it's going to be considered an all-in.
What's going on here?
Right?
They were
Both hands were tabled, right?
on the river. So I think he keeps it.
He moved.
The problem is the dealer said all in, so he thought he was all in when he called, but it was already the river.
When did they table their hands?
River.
Okay, they tabled it on the river.
So I think he keeps the chips.
I didn't see those, so I'm thinking it's all in.
It's an interesting situation going on here.
So then I turned.
I guess there's a miscommunication.
He kept 75 back, yeah.
And they still hadn't tabled.
You keep your chips. You keep your chips.
So it was the flop. It wasn't the flop. It was the turn.
It was a turn.
Yeah.
So it was a turn.
Because
But
he didn't. That's a dealer mistake. Sorry about that, Ben. But he's still going to have those chips.
And he survives.
He's got here.
Yeah, I guess Tailing has a little bit of chips left, and wow, he just absolutely sent it on a bluff. He went for it. It didn't work out, but that's poker sometimes, and now Ben's got
I kept throwing the all-in thing.
massive, massive chip lead. Wow.
If the cards had been tabled and he ran it out, he'd be all in.
He's all in now.
Blind.
I'm all in right now.
Yeah, now you can throw the all-in chip for him.
You going skydiving after this?
You can put the all-in chip here after you did the cards. Wait.
Some out of turn action going on. Very serious time to be doing that, so you got to be careful.
Okay. Check dark.
Treble.
That's on the side.
Nick outflops Paul. And both players pretty incentivized just to check it down and try to eliminate Tailing, get that pay jump. You can see what's happening right here. And Nick just wins with a pair of jacks on the royal flush draw board. Okay, that's poker. And Tailing eliminated in 4th place. Nice run. Can't hate on it. Sometimes you just go for the bluff and it doesn't work out. And that's just poker sometimes. So yeah, it's just, you know, you got to give him a round of applause.
I cannot tell you check, but I'm like kind of with my mind telling you because I cannot tell you.
You're not stupid. Plus, he was in for less. I could have been free rolling.
One more. Yes, section 1. 3 raises, 600,000.
I'm all in.
Fargo's all in.
Ben opens the button with 4s. Paul's all in.
6 folds. 3 minutes 6. 5 minutes goes all in. 6 folded.
Like 3.2 or 3.325.
3.225.
Yeah, 3.225.
3.225.
Paul's thinking about king queen off. He does have the chips to gamble. Is actually in okay shape here, so let's see what happens.
3.225. 3,225,000.
Up to you.
Ask him if he wants the action.
Because that would be colluding, so it's up to you.
Three calls.
And he makes the call, so now we're just flipping Ben versus Paul. And so far, so far Ben is ahead.
You want a 10 for sweat?
I had ace 5 of hearts.
Oh, shit, no, then I want the king or queen.
Picks up some more outs.
Now, the 10 that I wanted, the king, the queen. One time, right? I haven't asked for a whole tournament.
Yeah, that's for one time.
I lost to 1 outers, I lost to 3 outers. Come on, the one time.
That's for the one time with the, what is it, 10 outer?
So dramatic.
Let's see if it comes. And no, it's a 3 of clubs, and Paul Cortez is eliminated in third place for $68,000. But congratulations to him. Good run, great run. You know, third, it's always bittersweet getting third, but hey, it's better than almost everybody but 2 people. So congratulations, nice run to Paul Cortez.
Realign everything.
Can I go to the restroom real quick?
And we're heads up, folks. We have Nick against Ben Wynn. Ben with a huge chip lead, but, you know, let's see what let's see what Nick can do about it. Heads up play coming soon.
Can I go to the restroom?
Yeah, go ahead. We're not going to start till you come back.
And they're taking a restroom break right here. They said they won't start till we come back. Yeah, Nick won't be blinded out always in the restroom for those who are curious. Yeah, and so Ben has a 3.5 to 1 advantage. I mean, this is a doable one for Nick. If he doubles once, he's not at a huge dog, and if he doubles twice, it's ahead. So they're playing a heads-up match for $53,000. Yeah, we'll be coming back to the action soon. I mean, lots of action going on here at the Commerce main event. Thank you for being here. We got the heads-up match between the two, so hopefully we see some exciting play between Ben and Nick. And yeah, I'm going to take a small break and we'll be right back.
No, no, you can ask.
How about you? Yeah, how about you? Because you were pretty high in chips at the first day, right?
Actually, the first day I down like 100 something, and I built back up 865.
Okay.
When I get to 45. Second day, when I come back down to 250, then I build it back up
Okay.
to 3 points.
All right, so I'll test you real quick on that. So you guys are about ready? Okay, I'm just prepping them up for some of the questions. What are their chip stack right now?
No, ya pues ya.
Check. And so we're 100, 200. Okay.
Correct?
This one, right? Okay.
This one right here.
All right.
Okay, and then I'll cue you guys on a 10-second count. All right.
And it's 88,
10,
right?
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, we are officially heads up at the Commerce Hold'em Series main event. Total prize pool over $705,000. Top two got at least $88,000 secure. Up top, over $141,000 here. I'm here with Raul right now. You got about 6.5 million in chips.
Raul?
Oh, sorry. Nick, I don't know why I said that, but sorry. We are here with Nick, and you got about 6.5 million in chips. Raul, I was already out, of course, of the final table. GG to Raul, though, right?
Yeah.
But Nick, you got about 6.5 million. Tell us a little bit about your journey on day one getting here. I know you were pretty close to getting about 1 million chips on day one.
Yeah, I mean, everything was going pretty smooth, you know, chipping up. And in the end, I lost a big pot with ace king to ace queen on the bubble.
Okay.
Ended up bagging like average.
Right.
Day two went well. You know, some people did some crazy stuff, so you know, the card just went my way, and I was able to get some good chips.
So a lot of action on day two, and now we're here at the final table, and now we're heads up. And Ben, you're also a regular right here, Southern California regular as well. So it's good to see you at the final table. I know on day one you said you got down to like almost really low in chips, right? And then you ended up bagging. Can you talk a little bit about your journey to get here to the final table?
Well, you know, I started like normal, but, you know, the chip up and down, like yo-yo, you know that.
Right, little yo-yo.
But, well,
roller coaster, right?
One time down like 80-some thousand, then I built it back up to like 800,000. So that's the end of the day one.
Mm-hmm.
So I came back for the second days, down to 250. Then build it back up to like 3.7. So for the final day, today.
Right. All right, well, here we go. We've had a lot of fun on this final table, and now it's time for a heads-up battle, so I'll let you guys go ahead and take your seats on that. If you guys want to shake hands before we get started on this, right? It's always good, right? Little heads-up battle here. So you're going to be there on that. The blinds are going to be a 100,000, 200,000. I know you got about 6.5 million chips, and you got a little over 20 million in chips. Again, blinds are 100,000, 200,000. Button is correct. So we will have a small blind, big blind. We will be dealing you first. You will act first pre-flop, okay? I'm sorry, right? You act first pre-flop, okay? And then post-flop, you'll be acting first.
Small blind on the button?
Small blind on the button, okay? Again, so pre-flop, you will be acting first, okay? Post-flop, you will be acting first on that, okay? Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
You ready?
Yeah.
All right, let's shuffle up and deal. Heads up, final table.
Okay, thank you, Calvin. We got the final table. Heads up started playing for the 2025 Commerce Hold'em Series. Commerce Hold'em Series main event. Look at that trophy. It's got the Commerce logo. And here we go, heads up play incoming. And Ben has a 3.5 to 1 chip lead, which is a very advantageous situation. But, you know, 2 double ups and now Nick's on the chip lead. So anything can happen. And starts off with the limp. Nick checks it back. And remember, heads up, small blind is the button. It would be too advantageous for the button to be the big blind. So for any viewers who are unfamiliar, that's a change in the dynamic. Top pair versus bottom pair is actually semi-cooler, heads up. So not that all the stacks are going to go in, but it is hard to make a pair, as Antonio Sfandieri famously always says. Nick bets the ace turn, good awareness, and Ben actually lets it go. So yeah, pretty well played hand. General, let's see. You know, heads up's kind of crazy. Sometimes it takes 20 minutes. Sometimes it takes 10 hours. So we'll see how long we're here for, chat. But thank you, everybody, for tuning in. My name is Peter Cross. You can follow me on Instagram at HAPAGTO, HAPAGTO. Feel free to DM me if you like my commentary. I do a bit of coaching as well. And so now, next hand, hand number 2, heads up.
Seven raises, 400,000. 3 calls.
Nick with a 400,000 raise. I believe that is a min raise. Queen 3 suited.
Yes.
And Ben defends 9-6-0. Heads up, you should be defending the big blind very aggressively, especially with an ante. Especially to a min raise. So, and Nick C bets the king, jack, queen, has the best hand, takes it down. Next hand.
Three raises, 650,000.
So now he goes for, so Ben's playing limps and 3 X's. Actually, pretty solid strategy, takes it down. Yeah, Nick's got quite the mountain to climb, but it's very doable.
Calls. Three raises. 850,000.
Ben raises to 850K after Nick limps. and takes it down. Power poker. He's going for the throat.
Three calls. 7 calls. 7 checks.
Yeah, we got the Queen Jack 9, 2% for Nick, 3% milk.
3 bets, 300,000.
Takes it down. Top pair taking it down.
Seven raises 500,000. It's getting your king.
Yeah.
Yeah, just pretty simple stuff going on right here. A lot of raise and take it, raise, call, see bet, take it, etc. So hopefully we see some fireworks at some point to make it entertaining.
Yes, please.
And yeah, so still 3-1 advantage.
It's 120,000. Yeah, almost 30. 3 raises to 400.
Nick with ace-jack suited. Ben raises to 400,000. 31 big blinds.
Seven raises to 1.275. 1,275,000.
And Nick Skolnick makes it 1.275, 3 bets. Big hand heads up. Is Ben thinking of gambling here? Lets it go. Does not think about gambling.
Big blind with that. Seven calls, 3 checks. All right, heads up.
So yeah, Nick limps the button, Ben checks it back. Limping heads up, very much a thing. Again, you kind of price people in with an ante by min raising. They're also aware that you're playing a wide range, so you do need to mix in limps. So it goes check, check.
3 checks.
Nick with bottomest of pairs. Ben with nothing. He's drawing dead. And it comes a 4 flush on the river. And look at this. Ben deciding to go for a small bet. A very good small bet on a 4 flush run out. It's like, if you have a diamond, you're going to call me. And if you don't, you're just going to fold.
Well, 7 calls.
But Nick finds the call.
6.
Nice call by Nick.
Thank you.
Yeah, Nick's clawing back a little bit here and there.
Don't blame me.
Yeah, Nick limps in the jack deuce offsuit on the button, and Ben checks. 9-8 suited. Okay, and Ben flops top pair. And it goes check, check. Turns an ace. Ben goes for 1/3 or half pot bet. Good value bet. Second pair here, especially when Nick limps versus not raising, is going to be pretty good. So it goes for thin value. Nick decides to call with a gut shot. Non-zero chance jack high can be the best hand occasionally. Now Ben checks on the king river. And let's see what Nick decides to do. Seems like a good spot to bluff. You do have jack high, 5s, 4s, 9s may fold, but he checks it back and Ben wins with the 9, so. Okay, and Ben raises to 450, goes 2.2x this time. Nick defends 750. Somewhat standard stuff going on. And okay, Nick, excuse me, Ben flops a flush draw. I mean, flush draw heads up has to feel really good. Some backdoor straights for Ben as well. That's 300 into 1.2 quarter pot. Oh wow, look at here. Nick decides to float one with the backdoor straight draw. Okay, and turn is the gin card for Ben. Turns a flush and actually gives Nick, I mean, some presumable outs. He did float with the backdoor straight draw. Now he has a gutter. We'll see what transpires here. And Nick decides to lead here, repping the flush. Unfortunately, the flush is in Ben's hand. Looking over, making sure he has a flush, because he's like, am I about to win this tournament right now? River is a straight. Oh, wow. Nick River's a straight, and this is just bad news for Nick. I mean, obviously he sees the flush out there, but it's just, I mean, you floated a backdoor, turned a gutter, let it, and then you river the straight. I mean, it's just so tough to get away from this situation. And wow, Nick, if it's 2.1 million. I mean, I'm being asked for how much behind. I think we're about to see a champion get crowned here, chat. Let's see.
2.15, 2.1.
And he goes all in.
Say all in? All in.
Tough spot. Tough spot for Nick. I mean, just mentally too. You float the back door, straight draw, turn a gutter, delete it, and then river it. And then even if you know that the flush is out there, it's just...
All right, I can't fold this.
8 calls, 67 calls.
Huh?
Yeah,
you win.
And he has the flush. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Ben Wynn is the Commerce Hold'em Series main event champion. Congratulations, and also congratulations to Nick for second place finish.
Online right now.
Yeah, well played by both people.
Nice one, nice one.
And there it is. Ben Wynn wins the championship. Congratulations. He takes home, I believe, $144,000 for his efforts for the weekend. Congratulations. And congratulations to Nick as well. I believe he takes on $88,000. So, yeah, some good poker being played. I mean, you know, that last hand is very tough. I mean, especially when you backdoor something, even if it just seems like they have a flush, it's just so hard to get away. So, and we have Kevin here, our tournament director, about to crown a champion. Yeah, so that'll be it for me, folks. Thank you very much for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed it. Like, subscribe, all that. Follow me on Instagram at HoppaGTO if you like my content. And thank you very much.
We're going to do a lot of pictures. All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Well, we're going to do pictures. We're doing a live stream right now still. Let me know if we're good, Jeff.
We're good.
All right, everybody. I think Peter is who's in the booth again? I know we had Jared and Paul earlier, and I think it's Peter and Paul now, right? Just Peter? All right, Peter Cross there. So thanks for all your expertise and what they should have done, what they might do, what they could have done. But you played your game, Ben, right? Yeah. Ben, win. wins, right? So you played your game here. You're at the Commerce, okay, the world's largest poker room. We got the Commerce Hold'em series. It was a 1,200 buy-in, 672 entries, okay? You are first place. You are the champion, over 141,000 and the coveted crown trophy here. So you are taking the largest crown of them all, okay? And again, officially, this is what we do right here. We got a champion here, everybody. Ben right here and Helen, right? All right, let's give it up for Ben. All right. Did you want to say anything out there? We go ahead and look at the camera. Talk to all the people that are watching you play. You've been playing with them for years here in SoCal and here at the Commerce Casino.
Well, like I say, I'm very lucky guy, though, so I'm happy with it, though. I wish you guys luck next time, though. Thank you.
All right, so what he's saying is definitely come on down, take your shot. We had $150 satellites. We also had a loyalty event where players got in for as little as $20 to get into this event for some life-changing money. We've got a lot of stuff going on. We got live cash games every week here at Bally Live Poker, at Live at the Commerce, and you're going to be playing in November here as well, all right?
For sure, for sure.
What are you going to be doing in November? We got the World Series of Poker circuit events coming back November 12th through November 25th, so you want to save the dates for those. A lot of things, so make sure you follow Commerce Casino on all social media platforms and visit thecommercecasino.com for all the latest news and promotions going on all over the casino. We want you to come on down here and enjoy the amenities here at the world's largest poker room. Everybody, again, let's hear it for the champion bid. Everybody, here we go. You're the man. You got it. Here, come on. Let's give you this. All right, back to Peter Cross in the booth. Look at that big. Huh? Look at that. There we go, everybody. Get in there, Mark. All right.
Don't forget that.
Oh,
First place.
You got the first.
Okay.
There we go. We got you, buddy.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Eyes right here. Big smiles like you just won. Awesome. Great.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we're going to do about 15 minutes of pictures, everybody. Go ahead.